Hello. Welcome to the stream. Certain things are not exactly as you would expect, and that is partially my fault. I'm still setting some stuff up. Because I'm using headphones now in place of my earphones. Also, notice I didn't get a haircut. Notice the low latency. AC just dry. I just shampooed, so it just sits flat. It is still coming to my eye. It comes to my eyebrows and below my eyebrow. Really, I didn't get no haircut. It's just a mess. Yeah, I switched to the ingest server. It was backup server. We went to the primary one now, and it seems to be running fine. Everything is good. No frame drops. No nothing of that sort. It will be a task to put this headphones on, because I don't like these little hair strands to be, ticklish or tickling behind the ears. Yeah. Imagine putting on and taking off headphones can be a stress for somebody, right? That's my case. And that's why I don't like the idea of headphones. I think it messes my head shape up completely. I don't like headphones at all. I really don't. I mean, I like headphones, but not how I look in them. That's why seldom do I wear them. It's a bit of a mess to keep it on. The light does not seem to be too bright, does it? You can barely see it. Maybe I'll just increase the impact. Let's see. What have they done with this app? Or is it okay? I just want a little tint. Not too much redness either. Everybody is good by the grace of God. Thank you so much for asking. How is family on your end? How are they doing? Yeah. I don't like these dome. Like, this is the most comfortable position for me to put my earphones, or headphones rather. This just makes my head look like a dome, very circular, and I don't like it. I wish I could do something about it. I can try a hairband or something. This is why I'm not a fan of headphones. I think it's okay. Come on, dude. Who's playing judge and jury, right? Other than me myself. Yeah, I wish they would just shape up my face a little bit more than just lying like a dome. But the dome shape, the way this is designed, this is the most comfortable. Right. It is supposed to be like that. This would be a lot better. Look a lot better. There are aggressive ads, and I'm apologizing beforehand. There are aggressive ads today. Even this is not good enough. We gotta go a little bit. Yeah. There are aggressive ads today, and the only way to get rid of them would be to sponsor the stream. And I'm not. Why is there no chat? I think I know why. I'm still getting used to the interface of a lot of things at the same time. Yeah, try typing something now. Let me go, or you can try something. Say hi, say something. There, it is working indeed. Oi, 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 thank you so much for your donation. Now I see that on the top. You see that? That is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. I want to make chat more interactive. Right? It is on my scene setup here. Yeah. So now if I open this, take a look at this. I have overlays, work mode. I don't know what happened with that. I don't know. It is supposed to automatically get that. Chat box is here, right? These are the options I have. I'm using Discord. There are a couple of options. I don't like the is it translucent today as well? No, it's not. I swear last time it was translucent, right? It was not completely opaque. Could you give me, I can't, yeah. Should the chat be the complete screen? Should it be like that? I guess. Say something in the chat, please. It'll just scale up. There was another thing. Yeah, this is also not translucent. Not opaque is what I mean. This needs to stay hidden, basically. Hide. Yeah. So long as Lumi is open, Lumi stream is open, everything should work. Fine. My setup is a little different from the usual ones today. And I feel like I could still pull down the camera a little bit more. Right. Or maybe just a little bit. Yeah, these micro adjustments will kill me one day. Yeah, how do you hear me? Tell me about how do you hear me, the voice, the microphone stuff, and the music. The music is a little louder than usual, so please do tell me how that sounds like. Voice, the microphone stuff, and the music. The music is a little louder than usual, so please do tell me how that sounds like. Voice, the microphone stuff, and the music. Right? Work. Fine. My setup is a little different from the usual ones today. Please tell me. I cannot like differentiate between anything. Please tell me the audio sounds okay, especially with the music. Can you hear the music all right? Both, is it like not just comfortably audible, but also at a nice level where you can hear my voice on top of everything properly? I think it's partially a bit of lighting issue as well. If the lights were a little bit better, different, I don't know. Anyways, I guess we'll just stick to, I don't like sitting too far. I can hear your voice. Yes, because the microphone is closer today. It's right, you cannot see it. It's right below, right over here. Yeah, if I get closer to the screen, that just looks better. I look more zoned in. Yes, hello, welcome to the stream. Finally, how is everything with you? How is everything with you? Life, how's your job? Were you working today? Are you still working? Tell me. I will start in a little bit. Everything is good with job? Great, you have work from home after all. No college today. No, I have not joined college yet. Unfortunately. I wanted to start from this week, but I had a stomach bug, as the Americans call it. Basically diarrhea in plain English. Yeah, embarrassing stuff. It's not like bad, but I don't know. I just feel like I don't want to go, and I don't want to go any place. I want to stay at home. I can still eat whatever. In fact, I had pizza a couple of days ago, and it was okay. Yes, do not mind. Don't mind the aggressive ads today. I'm just trying to make a little more money off of the ads and whatnot. Uh, yeah. I think yes, it is at 50%, right? The Take Your Job AI monster, and that is because you donated twice, last stream and this stream, which 50% total. So that is working, and that's persistent as well. Like it goes from one stream to the other. It stays consistent, right? Which is very good. You said you envy my life. Tell me something. What are your birthdays like these days? No, nothing. Trust me, dude. Birthdays is one thing, nothing. You can say Christmas or whatever, but birthday is nothing. Like some of my relatives who are close with me, they remember my birthday. I think that's partly because a lot of their birthdays, their family birthdays are also in the same, around the same month. So yeah, they try and text me or wish me on Facebook. Like there is no notification that you get like, oh, this person, like it's my birthday. I have all of those private, but still some people, some relatives of mine, they text me. And oftentimes some people from far away who are from my mother's side, from a different state, they remember because I grew up around them a lot. They also remember, and they text me and wish me, my parents as well. Both my parents have their birthdays on the same date, not year wise, but date wise. I do nothing. No gifts, no nothing. We do nothing for our birthdays. Really, God's honest truth. I don't give a rat's backside. I try to be. It was like a habitual thing where I had some bad experiences a couple of years in a row, where everybody was just embarrassing me, humiliating or whatever. My friends, I chose the wrong circle. Let's just say. So I had this habit of like not. I would stay home. I would stay at home and not do anything and try and sleep or read. I was just getting into reading around that same time. But I eventually grew out of that. Now, I think one birthday I had an exam. Another birthday I had two birthdays in a row. Probably I had exams, internal exams, not official exams, but exams regardless. So yeah, it was normal days. Like nobody knew anything. They don't know my birthday. I can bet you a lot of money. Canon might be able to fetch it from somewhere, but he doesn't like know it off the back of his head. Is that how you say it? Yeah. Welcome, all viewers. I see all of you people. I've been sleeping face first on the bed, and hence these little acne burst outs are starting to show up again. Do let me know collectively about the audio, my voice, the music, and both of these together, if it's in a good mix or not. I can lower the audio, I can lower the music a little bit if need be it, so let me know. I do want to get started with the project, but I also want game dev. Have you completed? You want me to play good pizza? I can play good pizza, but the thing is, we'll get into okay, let's play good pizza. We'll get into chapter 5, the ending, that is. So that's what I don't want to. I was kind of saving it for some other day, but I guess not. It'll update and all, right? There are people who come here from time to time. They just don't chat. They don't find me so interesting after all. I don't usually take a look at how many people are watching concurrently and all of, but I just saw that dashboard thing to be able to pop it out. And I went, okay, I haven't done that in a while. Let's try that. It just takes a little bit of your attention and makes you go, well, I see 5 people or I see 4 people, but there's only one in the chat. Like you start to question yourself. I'm not of those people, but still, it tends to create an effect on you, right? It's like you're being watched on, but just watched on. Like there's no feedback coming. People are just watching you. I hope it's fine now. I don't know what is happening. It's not the internet. It's maybe OBS. Maybe it's the fact that I was updating the game, and they have like no limits as to the speed or whatever. Everything should be fine now. Like it all downloads at the max possible speed. Hello. How are you doing, Zad? Just getting to know what you're about. I am. Well, I can. Is it frozen? What happened? I can give you some backstory. I gotta log in. Hold on a second. I can give you. Oh, this is so much more comfortable typing like this. I can give you some backstory as to who I am. Let me just log in. 388. Yeah. Well, I'm a computer science student by profession, as in, if you want the real deal. Third year currently. I'm interested in game dev a lot. That's the only thing I really care about when it comes to programming. Since we are in Good Pizza, let's just turn off this music, right? I think Good Pizza has some good music. It is loud enough, right? It shouldn't be too loud, but it should be just loud enough. I don't really know how to introduce myself that way. I mean, I'm currently working on some stuff, if that is what interests you. I've worked on some projects over the last few years. This is one of my better ones that I'm really proud of because it's a hardware one where you can play Pong, some other games. You can play Dino, you can play Snake and Space Wars, which I was last working on this device. And I have also made a downloadable game called Fly for Android, which you can go check out on my Twitter. It's the first link somewhere. Or you can find it basically if you really want to, or I can give you the link. I'll get into that later. Opposite of game dev, like what? Like traditional software dev, or like, just working with ML models or something? I don't know. What is the opposite of game dev? I think I like this. Overall, you can see the chat. There's no black borders anymore. There used to be some black borders, remember? Now it's just, I've added the wallpaper only in the background. I think the chat can feel a little bit too much because there's just too much chat. Is it the case, or should I let it be? Or we can maybe shrink the chat down a little bit. I think let's do that. Just a little bit. The problem with that is when I update this, the previous ones tend to go away. So I'm thinking that much. Yeah, just a little bit less. Okay, we will start with some good pizza because I don't know. I just want to get into some enjoyment before we dive in. to coding. Reverse engineering. Ah, now that makes sense. That is interesting. I've always wondered what the hell that actually means. Um, I guess it's just breaking apart things and collecting meaningful information. There's another aspect of it, I think, is where you like observe or monitor the variables in RAM while the game is running, and you can like derive some meaningful information out of it, which you can then use to modify the game. Like if, let's say, in some game you can just, if the score is being modified every second or every millisecond, nanosecond, like whatever the logic is for Subway Surfers Temple Run, you see that score variable being incremented, you can just multiply that by some other value also at the same time, right? So I don't know how I came about it, but I saw a little bit of that here and there somewhere. That's all I really know. But I guess what you're talking about is the OG way of like getting into the game files and finding out all information, relevant information that you can extract out of those things to like be able to modify the game or recreate the game or whatever it is. Is that what you're into? But that's even deeper than just making a game, right? Because you gotta like get through the encryption of a lot of stuff, because mostly you get an exe file. A lot of it maybe also depends on your own computer, like some DLL files the game is relying on, so that is not useful for you, right? You're possibly or you're probably just going through the game files somehow. But I wonder, what do you do when a game only has, let's say, an exe and some asset files? Like there's no scripts for you to do anything on. So how do you approach that? These are very interesting topics to discuss, I guess. Till enjoy. Okay, see you in 5-10 minutes. Okay, I don't remember your name, but you're here. It's a panda. It's a panda, it's a panda, whatever. What's up, bud? I'm glad you found the panda. You found the panda. My pal was talking about too many peas. She doesn't know the polar bear directly, but her friends know him. You can find him through Baked In. He always has his gardening hat on and likes things super neat and linear. Please find the right bear. Neat and linear. Always wears a hat. Is that the right one? What did you say again? Did I invite the right person? Hold on, let me go to my stream and watch. What did I do? Or what was the thing they said? Find him through Baked In. He always has his gardening hat and likes things super neat and linear. Gardening hat. Right, gardening hat. Remember gardening hat? I don't know who the hell I invited. But apparently, can I do it again? Maybe we should just restart the day. I wasn't paying full attention. Yes. Gardening hat and likes things neat. This could be gardening hat. This is not gardening hat. Not gardening hat. Not gardening hat. Likes things linear. Everybody's photos are like, tilted or left, right. They're not, perfectly symmetric. Not this guy. Definitely not this guy. See, linear. I see straight lines. You are bound to have a nose or this area which is shaped like this. But other than that, everything is... Oh, there are people with straight lines as well. Ah, this guy. This is the guy. This is the guy. This is our man. Yeah, take her fishing. Hey, you to find a pizza shop here, bruh. Listen, I got a big one to ask you. Bonfire Fest is on for the summer, dude. I'm running the whole thing and want your help to advertise it. Avocados on pizza? Avocados on pizza? Bruh. Thanks, bruh. Now drive your food truck around Dowland Park, the venue all over, get folks hyped. Okay, I don't want to do that now. Can I not do that now? 12 ice cream cones. You put whatever on. Sometimes it's invitation letters, it's ice cream cones. Hawaiian pizza is great, but I don't understand why they never put shrimp on it. Ah, I love my stuff. Hawaiian pizza, shrimp. Hawaiian. Hawaiian is this. Shrimp on it. I could get some of the stuff wrong. It's been a long time. One Hawaiian, double Stinky Pete. Stinky Pete we can make. Hawaiian we will wait on to confirm if this is Hawaiian. Stinky Pete. Yeah, it's a little tricky to play with the mouse. Have I got a Hawaiian right? Yes. So now I can give it to the other people as well. Ah, remaking game servers. So like for online games as well, you can do that. Now that is what interests me really. I have cybersecurity as my end semester, what is it, specialization subject. Whole grain onion with basil. Onion, basil. I don't know, I just find everything interesting. Everything from like video editing to just a Hawaiian pizza to like, you know, game dev, art making. Art making can be what happened. Whole wheat, he said. Healthy options, I'll have pesto pizza with chicken and veggies but no cheese. Pesto pizza with chicken and veggies. Chicken and veggies. Tomato is a fruit in this game at least. What is a vegetable? Onion. What did you say? Fruit and veggies? Chicken and veggies. I don't remember half of the stuff. So when you say veggies, garlic is a vegetable. This is a fruit. Eggplant is a eggplant is also a fruit. I don't know. I have not played this in a long time. Yeah, but I find like, you know, whenever I'm doing something, this is a Hawaiian pizza. Whatever I'm interested in, I just find that to be the most interesting thing in the world. Corn. So game dev, you know, of course, but then artwork in game dev is something that I really, what are you cooking? This is, just to be clear, this is not a game that I have made or I am working on. This is good pizza, great pizza. I'm just playing it before we get into it. But welcome to the stream. I live for olives, cut that pizza into 4 slices. And I'm very confused because I'm playing this after a long time. But this guy wants a simple olive pizza. I will show you what I'm working on in a little bit when we get to it. Why make it? Why make what? Yes, but that, this is fungus, I think. It looks like a mushroom, that's why. if I remember correctly. GG on your first game. On my first game, you mean fly. I don't know if, like, do you know me from before? Is it your first time? I don't know. Because you speak, you're talking too fast. And you make me confused. Which I already am because of good... the people sit on my shop, dude. I love this update. We have seen this in Good Coffee, Great Coffee, but here is my first time witnessing this. This little girl must have come here, I don't know when, but she's actually not just like idle, she's actually consuming pizza sitting on my tables. That is beautiful. No, this pizza, this is not my first game. This is a game called Good Pizza, Great Pizza. I am simply playing it. The game I am working on, just to quickly give you a glimpse, is more of a learning project, but we will get, when I get a good hold of things, we will start working on making it a proper game too. This is my game that I'm working on. Right. Animal wandering logic is what we will work on today. I'm going to make this. Like Good Pizza, Great Pizza, maybe some other day. But right now we're working on a game like this. I will have a different map. I will show you when I'm actually in the in the project and working on it. Saucy flatbread with eggplant. Saucy. Did I even accept Zazu modder? Maybe playing Good Pizza wasn't the right idea after all. I'm doing all the wrong stuff. And I'm not used to seeing Good Pizza on a full screen like this so big. Everything is sort of confusing me a lot. What looks nice? The game? Yes, it does. I mean, I am just as surprised as you. The assets, it's all, all credits go to the assets. And that's why I say I'm very inspired by anybody who does artwork and does it so nicely. Because I have tried and failed, right? It is something called cute something. I can link that later, but it's a free asset I got from HIO. I am from Kolkata, West Bengal. I just want to play one full day in this game and not mess up. I love the art style of this game too. Very simple. It is this guy, likes everything straight. Do I have any seeds? I have garlic. That's it. I love my garden as well. Looks very neat. Swardigo ever? I don't know. Chicken, I love KFC. If anybody wants a chicken pizza, yes. Why not? I love a chicken pizza. I haven't had a chicken pizza in a very long time. I usually go for the veg ingredients such as paneer. Yes, thank you so much. I know what you are about. Just let me breathe on my own. Veggie pizza with different sauces divided on the dough. A veggie pizza with different sauces divided on the dough. Now a veggie pizza, as we discovered, onion is of course, basil is of course, garlic, corn. Right, zucchini in this game is a fruit. Right, so you don't want to put zucchini on that. Boost the oven, because why the hell not? And here we are. Please like this. Artichoke. Artichoke is a vegetable. I am learning just as much every day. That'll boost anyone's mood. A meat pizza, 4 slices. Okay. When you say meat pizza, you mean all meat, right? And not the bogus kind, right? Like chicken, a meat pizza. Could you show me a meat pizza? Yeah, vegetarian is all veggies, right? So, I mean, all veggies and other vegetarian stuff too, but artichokes classify as vegetables. Classic meat, you don't say what you want. This is the meat lovers, but a meat pizza could probably mean all meat then. So I'm thinking chicken, anchovies, and shrimp. It could be wrong. It's been a long time. I haven't played this game in a long while. Yes! That's one thing done right. Hello, my friends dared me to eat a pizza that is so spicy it'll turn my face red. Oh, pepperoni, jalapeno. That's it. Do I put bell peppers on it? Bell peppers are not spicy. But just in case this guy wanted all kinds of peppers, I'm going to put bell peppers on this as well. Yes, he likes it, so that's okay. Ah, look, I adore this dude. You have no idea how much the simple things make me so happy. Just look at this guy sitting and enjoying the pizza here. They have to, it's not as easy. It's not like you can reuse the assets because he's sitting sideways and you have the hand as well. You know, anatomically, you got to get things right, and animation as well. It's not just idling, right? He is actually eating the pizzas, like seated at my store, which is very amazing. Breakfast, I can't decide between pizza or bacon and eggs. Double corn pizza by 345. Corn pizza. Pizza or bacon and eggs, right? That is bacon and eggs. Eggs is eggplant. Bacon is bacon. That's it, I guess. Corn pizza needs to get into the oven. Or the warmer. Because the delivery guys are gonna come and pick it up. Also, how amazing is this game, right? Good pizza, great pizza. I've been a fan of artwork and every aspect of it. How they can control the story, really. There's a whole lot of open world, Minecraft-like, Roblox-like games out there, but this is a very different kind of game that gets to control its own storylines and narratives, right? Which is very amazing. And they make the most of their money from, I guess, decorations and stuff. Like, you can get skins for everything and all of that. Artichoke. What's next? Turning a man into a clove. I'm just gonna ask for help on this order. There's a robot that makes your orders as well. If you give it some gems, or it's one order is free per day. Omelette, but since it's a pizza place, I'll take a breakfast pizza. I'm gonna ask what? Yeah. Onion, mushroom, sausage, bacon, ham. Onion, mushroom, sausage, bacon, ham. You put mushrooms in your omelette. Everything else is fine. Mushrooms on your omelette? On an everyday omelette? Really? Availability must also play a part, right? If like we don't have mushrooms available. Fungus. I know this is fungus pizza. Mushroom. Is that an accurate sign language? Like, sign language has its variations as well, right? So the American one would be one, Australian, New Zealand will have a different one maybe. Ah, we have effed up, have we not? Busy people, sorry. Double basil, we'll make it right now. Sliced tomato, seafood. Okay, hold on. Double bacon. What did I do? Basil? Double basil pizza. Yeah. Don't let the... Seafood and fungi touch. Seafood is this. Ah, right. And you want tomato. Tomato. Yes, this is it. Someone give me a tinfoil hat. This guy just read my mind. Hello! I can barely see you. I thought you were taller than that. I want a pizza that's a little out of the box. How about a fruity pig on wheat dough? Add artichoke. Fruity pig, wheat dough. I think I remember what a fruity pig is. Fruity pig. So pig. Fruit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, do you add a fruity pig is a defined pizza. It's not all fruit, right? Fruity pig is 1, 2, just these 3. So I take away the last one I put. And there goes my gems. Fruity pig with what? Artichoke. This is artichoke, right? And you gotta double bake it. Done with Zazum. Double basil is ready. Yes. Double bake it. I just want to be clear on one thing. I'm not used to seeing too many people in the chat. And I see like 5 and I see 9 apparently people watching concurrently. If that is the case, please don't overwhelm me with chat messages and whatnot. I might break before the stream does in that case. Also headphones, I'm not used to wearing headphones. You gotta accept the order because time is up. Everything you have on a pie, all that on pesto sauce. Everything you have on a pie. Pesto sauce. Can we call this a heart attack pizza? Because this is a heart attack inducing pizza. You got 4 to 5 different kinds of meat. You got chicken and you got pig in there as well. You got all kinds of fruits. You got spices. You got artichokes, which I don't know what the hell they are. I don't think they belong on a pizza anyways. Did I put corn? Did I put shrimp? I put everything, right? Yeah, I put everything I have on this pizza. It's a 5 kg pizza. Convert that to pounds. I don't know. Yes, she likes it. Claim. Right. Not bad for a day after so much time. The problem with that is I can now quit playing the game. There's new decorations out. Wow. Look at that. Why would you not pay for that, dude? I would pay real money for stuff like that. Which I don't have. That's the problem. Ah, lovely. This should be interactable, right? This is not. It should be. Layouts. You can even save layouts now. Anyways, the whole point of playing this was to get to the next day. Do you have new hairstyles is what I'm interested in. Why is everything new? I like this. The bear one is much better. Do you have any new hairstyles? Does this match me? Can I pull up a photo? I guess I can. Pictures, screenshots are saved. This is an old one where I'm trying to do a thumbnail reaction. We don't use that. We use more recent stuff. This one. Which of these is the closest? I think this one is. Yeah. The rest of them don't seem like my kind of hairstyles. Ah. Ooh. But this is not a mullet, right? This is not perfectly a mullet. Is the chat frozen for me? Oh, so sorry. I can only see, I just noticed my chat moving around in this on my overlay rather than that. Just this one, just use this one, yeah. Which means don't touch anything if I don't save, yeah. It's a bit overwhelming. I'm not used to wearing headphones, first of all, which you don't know how much it is freaking me out right now because I can barely... My voice sounds different to me. Wearing headphones, that is. So yeah, let's get into some work, shall we? Sorry for missing the chat for a long... I thought I could see the chat. Apparently it was... Thank you for subscribing. All your activities, they contribute to the thing in the middle of the screen. And you can kill that AI job monster. AI monster that will take your job. No, I didn't. I could not see. The chat screen was frozen for me. The chat window, that is. Then I noticed something was changing in the overlay, so I thought, okay, maybe it's my... Yeah, we were working on the collider system for the high ground blocks. No, I want to make clean. Just to know if everything is running fine. Yeah, so we worked on making... Now, I was debating a lot, right? I had this conversation with ChatGPT. I tried thinking about it myself. The last couple of days I was a little bit sick, so I had a lot of time to think about this. And that is whether these objects, these objects at the bottom here should be... Also, I wonder about one thing. What if I go to... What is it? Is it scaling 125 or whatever the percentage is? Change DPI settings by system. No, it opens exactly like that. Anyways, such a lovely game. It's barely a game. Like, there's an attack animation, it does nothing. It's just the animation, right? You can say all that, but essentially at the end of the day, this is just like it's not even a demo. Like, I just do a bunch of sprite or like animation stuff, basically. Right? You cannot move while you're attacking. That is, by design. But I'm now thinking, why should you not be able to move? Right? Welcome back. If I missed anything, let me just go back. How they make game like this is super good. There's no names. How do you know what ingredient? You can tell by looking at it. And if you play enough, you will know. Right? How long have you been building games? I have been interested in this, and I've been working, casually since third second year of diploma college, so like 23, I want to say 2023 onwards I've been into this. I used to make something with Pygame, which is the basic which is the basic Python library. Then I tried Unity, yeah, which I was gonna show you. I forgot. kingxavid.hio. This is a game that I made. There's some GIFs and stuff. It's not loading. Hold on. What happened? There could be some problems on their side, but this has an entire like CSS and whatnot, and like GIFs and everything added here. What is wrong with... There's no photos, no nothing. My internet is okay. I get scared. I think HIO has some problems. I don't know. They're not showing any images or anything. This page is like filled with images and GIFs of the game. I tried Pygame a long time ago. It was slow. What did you try to do with Pygame? I mean, if you're doing something really complex, it'll of course be slow. But like general, do I have any Pygame projects? I doubt I have anything. I have actually. Wow. Yeah, I was making this please open a new window. Yes, I was working on this something. I think just run this. I know base of language, but couldn't implement. That's why game dev is the best. I recommend anybody and everybody. I am proud of certain things I do. Right? I drew this, and I even got a button using some. It's not from Pygame. It's from Pygame GUI. Another like module you gotta import for that. I don't know why I got this here. Anyways, I drew this myself. Right? Front and back. 18 pages you rambled on front and back. You can collect this. You die, I think, if you touch this. Yeah, and then you like despawn. I was like trying and testing something out. There's a black border that follows, does it not? Maybe not intentional, I don't know. Oh, this button was supposed to respawn me or something. I was working on this like library kind of game where you gotta manage books. Like, somebody will come asking for a book and you have to get them that book from somewhere. But I never really continued on. The player is bound within the screen actually quite nicely. Yeah, you can do some simple stuff and maybe some complicated stuff if you plan it out well enough, because of the single threaded issue with Python. Yeah, that's just the way Python is, I guess. It's more of a language limitation than it is a library one. This is way better. Long time ago, as in if you're like 20 years ago from now, then of course, right? I don't know how long ago you're talking, but generally you can try things out, you can test things out. I was trying to get some kind of GUI stuff with Python, so I thought, let me just make a game and have some fun with it as well. But I didn't continue with that. The idea was like some kind of image, editing processing application, but I didn't go through with that. And now looking back at it, Pygame perhaps... Why is my nose so itchy today? It's not a good idea because you're working with immediate mode, applications, which perhaps you would want. What is the opposite of immediate mode? Retained mode GUIs, which is much better for applications where you don't have to call everything every frame. Just try, just name me one language you're comfortable in, right? If you're comfortable in, let's say, JavaScript, which a lot of people apparently seem to be very uh, to be like thinking that is the only way forward, good, then try some, try making something in JavaScript. There's 3JS, there is 2JS, even there's even something, I don't know, phaser JS or something that you can look into, JavaScript and Kotlin. So your main thing would be like Android development or something, right? Web dev, Android dev, specific target, specific development. So you can try something with that. For JavaScript, I only know about a few handful of libraries. If it were Java, I think is Spring a game library, Spring Boot applications. No, there was something in Java. I don't remember every little thing from like 10 years ago or whatever, like 3 4 5 6 years ago, when I was like seeing what language to choose. I stuck with C because we had C like one semester in college, and I was very happy to learn the language. I thought, okay, I know a bit of C and a bit of Python, so I tried Pygame as well. But like raylib is a very good library I found eventually to use, which just stuck with me, and now I use raylib for this project. It's only one header file. You don't need raymath unless you do need it, but only raylib.h is what you include, and everything just comes with it. It's a beautiful little library. Yeah, that's understandable. C and C++, I think, is the best that somebody who's not working for a company or not working for an enterprise can do, right? Because Java is a little enterprise oriented, and I don't think you need OOP unless you do need it. Because I have been working with plain C for this project. I don't do OOP here anywhere. Now, if there was like 500,000 objects or something like that, maybe I would consider it. I don't know. I haven't still hit a ceiling with my structs and pointers and enums and whatnot I'm using, right? When I do, I will consider C++. Otherwise, I don't like the syntactical way that C++ goes about. Like the triangular brackets and the double colon like notations and stuff. I don't know. I just prefer plain C over everything else. Now, last time, if we were to go back and entities.c, I think it's on. No, it's involved. It's in entities.c. All right. Add high ground bottom right. This is a very complex set of logic, right? Because I have add high ground bottom right, bottom center, this, everything is being hard coded just to get this one thing on the screen. That's what I was thinking about the last couple of days from bed. Let's go to sprite sheet. Yeah, so we don't need, it is good to have it. I can just draw almost procedurally, like if I was doing a map maker or something, I could just draw one bit, and then like if I draw another here, and if I'm not continuing it, it'll complete it like this, or it'll continue it, right? But if it's all on a map that is already predetermined and it's not being procedurally generated, I think it's a better idea to have this just, I was working on the map, I think on my laptop or here only. Yeah. So if I want my map to be like this, why the hell do I need? Now I could use these objects as like a 64 by 64 block when I make it an sprite. So when I generate this object, or when I export this as like C coordinates, it'll automatically have, instead of like, so now what's happening, if I show you, is that every single object has its own collider, which is not bad, for a game that is of the scale that this game is. Only I think 256 objects are the max. It's not defined here, but somewhere it is. If I go to render.c and we take a look at these, Yeah, you can see every green box represents a, not the green box, the red box represents the colliders. So every little object has its own collider, right? Which is not bad, but I don't need these vertical straight lines, like dividing everything. It can be just one continuous chunk of rectangular blocks. I mean, one continuous rectangle that starts around here and ends all the way in this corner. And similarly for this, I don't need the horizontal, like ending and starting of another rectangle. It can be one chunk, which it is not currently because everything is hard coded. Now the benefit of this is I can actually draw these blocks anywhere I want on the screen, and it'll just draw it with the collider information, and the I can draw exactly which block I want, like left, right, up, down, which sprite do I want. But I don't like the way the colliders are set up, right? So there's two things we can do. I think I'll let the current code stay, because I don't want to like delete a bunch of stuff I added last time, but this is a bit redundant, add high down, top right, then center left, center right, center center, same thing a lot of times, just to get all of why are these two different windows? What? Yeah, just to get this and this and this, all of these separately, I'll just let them stay, right? But what I can do to my exporter, I don't know a lot of Lua, I don't know anything about Lua, but if I were to look at that file, it is somewhere open recent. Yeah, this is all ChatGPT generator. I don't do Lua at all. I just wanted something for the A sprite to generate me for my C project. What it is doing is it's just checking 64 into 64 blocks, and it gives me it gives me I don't remember what I did with this last time. I learned Roblox for games. I want to learn Lua for Roblox games, lol. Yeah, Lua is seen everywhere these days. I don't know what happened to Python. I thought Python was the thing with, like everywhere we were about to see that. Like everyone was talking about how Python is the future and whatnot, and now we're still going back to, Lua and Rust and everything. Not going back, but we are sort of moving towards some other stuff. But I think I worked on something. I can't even tell from looking at the script. It's a massive script. It was somewhere. Was it in this? Yeah. So this Lua script essentially rect values. It gives me rect values. Yeah. Yes. So I get this. Right. What do I get? This is one continuous chunk, another continuous chunk, another continuous chunk. So it gives me back continuous chunks, right? If I'm not wrong. So from 00 to 56 and 64, this will be 64, and this is 64, which means it's a left or right, could be right. So I get the continuous chunk details out of the script, which is good, which means I have come to that point, but I didn't do anything on the C side of things, right? This returns me Okay, you know what? We can just forget about this for now. I'll just work on what I can do on my end. So we have, whenever we have a chunk, what I can do is I can for now hardcode the colliders. Essentially what I want to do is from ASprite, whenever you see these chunks, you just like detect the 64 into 64 bit chunks and like tell me that these are, you know, one contiguous set. If that is the case, then please, I mean, just give me the information about them and I can place my colliders on top of that, right? So for now I can just hard code the positions and all of that, and it's probably fine. Taking over, and I hear people have AI translate their C to Rust industry standard. Yeah, I guess that's because they like it. What is it? Like the intermediary part where it is almost like you can read, and for the native, I don't know how to explain this. It is very readable from a developer standpoint, but it's also very like for somebody who understands low level programming, they can also map it to C directly or assembly directly just by looking at a code block, right? That is the beauty of Rust, I guess, from like whatever little bit I have seen and heard of it. And it is just like anything that works in C can be done in Rust, and Rust can have its own set of, you know, libraries and its own set of tool chains that you can use along with it. That is what makes it the most interesting thing, the backward compatibility. I'm pretty sure you can use raylib as well with Rust in some way or the other. Okay, so we take those blocks. Where are we taking those blocks? In sprites? No. Okay, base.c, right? So base.c will have, yeah, this is collider. So I have the collider information. I was actually working on this last time. So we can use this information. This is a contiguous block from 0, 0 to 1024. 64 block is the height of it. 1024 is this chunk. I can use this to generate the colliders. Okay. But the map isn't updated, which is a bit of a problem. Let's see. Okay. This is what I want. No, I want with high ground, right? I want it with high ground, and I want the high ground information, because right now I'm just generating this much without the high ground. High ground is being placed with code, which gives me the collider. But I want to get this, you know. I don't want to have to like, because internally it's a mess. It is a mess. If you look at it, somewhere it just says load high ground, but load high ground, the function itself, is a lot of things happening. There's probably for loops, and yeah, there's for loops and stuff here as well. I don't want this. I want to make a map and I want to put it in the game directly, right? Some people love Lua, I guess. I don't know. I just haven't tried that at all. Like whatever little Lua I have used for OBS scripting, for ASprite scripting, I've just ChatGPT'd it out. Because I don't want to have to learn a new language just for like 1 or 2 specific functionalities that I want out of a software. Without any other objects, I think this is what we can export, map base. So now the game should load with, yes, but I don't want this son of a bitch. Yeah, right. Now the assets are not complete all by themselves, right? And I can perhaps work on that later and make some stuff. But from what I have, I'm trying to make the most of it. So now we can put the colliders manually for now, but ideally I would want Sprite, this export script that I wrote in Sprite, export world coordinates, which is actually giving me the right information. I think I have the right information in where was it? Base.c only? Yeah, base.c. I have the collider information here. Right, now I just need to use that collider information to load high ground inactive function. I don't know what else to do with this. I'll just hide this under this. Yeah. So now what I want to do is we have to go into world.c for that. No, entities.c for that. Yeah. Show me high ground. See, everything and that's why I hate this idea where everything is redundantly almost doing the same exact thing, you know, which is what I don't like. Right, so what is this region? Add high ground. Yeah, inactive. I'll need some parts of it. Right. So we are doing static void. No, this is void because as entities is using it. Wall rectangle. Let me just copy one of these really. Right. Add high ground. I'm doing add high ground, but I don't really need to do add high ground. Right, so add high ground collider or like setup. I think add is a bit misleading because the rest of the things have add. So like setup high ground collider, high grounds collider. One at a time, one chunk at a time. So if it's horizontal, one chunk, we do that, then this, then the other one. Yeah, I'm not sure this is the right. We can think about naming and stuff later, right? So source is, we don't care about source really. That then ceases to exist. I'm a little confused and I'm probably, I mean, we are not breaking the game in any way. So we're not really adding any entity here. We just want to set the collider, rectangle collider is equal to now here lies the dilemma, right? I want base to be calling it. Okay, we can pass it in. We can pass it in as you know, rectangle, what do you want to call it? Chunks, high ground blocks, and then an array. I forget how you, is this the way to do the array or does it go with rectangle? It's not throwing an error, so I think you put it here only. Okay, now we have that set up, which we can pass in. Let me just go into base.c and let's just do x set up all of these functions seem redundant to me. That's why I hate the idea of this. Set up high grounds collider world, and inside of this, whatever that was called, static const rectangle high ground, we can just pass in high ground. I think this syntax works, or do I need to put this? No, I don't need to put this. I just need to put the variable name, right? Yeah, so with this I have howsoever many objects. What am I doing? Sprites up there, I think. So what I can do is set up a for loop. It needs to be linear. I just need the array values, and I just assign my colliders according to my own logic. But we can definitely use, if I were to go with the for route, okay, so for int I equals 0, we don't know if it's 0, right? So this is like for all colliders. I have an information like base.c. Let me just, how do you do the alt control this? Yeah, perfect. I have an information like this one right here, which is this particular thing. So collider can become high ground blocks of, let's say I, but 0, and then dot x and y are going to be x and y, right? So x, and then this, you know, the same thing with y. And for width and height, this is where I can, because I don't want them to be exactly 64 into 64 blocks like they are. Width will probably be the same if it's the top block, that is. So width is probably going to be the same for this one, and then height would be a little different. So instead of y starting at 0, y can start at like plus, what were we doing here? High ground top left, high ground top center. Let me just copy this and we can then compare, right? So we were doing height plus 28. Let's continue with that, and height minus 20, height minus 40, right? So this stays the same. We just set up high grounds collider, but this is only for the top. I need a way to be able to configure it in a way where I can tell if it's a top block or it's not, right? Shit. Okay, but I don't know the I value, if it should be starting at 0, right? I like to space it out. I think it will be better. because we're gonna use a large ass thing here. I less than equals what is it, array count x will be our high ground blocks, I plus, yeah, 64 1024, I plus equals 64. Would that be right? And then we can push this here. Let me just copy this. I like having things in one place rather than what happened. Yeah, so if I just, this is what I have, right? This is the information that I want to be using, and how is it going to be used is the thing. Let's just say we were to break it down. So set up so I don't like this name also, high ground top collider, right? Setup, it is a setup, of course you're setting it up, right? Do we want everything to be this long? I don't know. So this high ground top collider, so you go over every block you have, right? But is there a way you can tell if it's a top block? You probably cannot, right? Unless I make it in a way where this is being added, this is not being added anywhere. So this is not a walled object, but rather just a collider. Cat is not frozen, right? I just get confused every now and then. Anyways, the thing with that would not work because the way this is set up is every collider will need to be an empty game object unless I otherwise program it to be, right? So even if it's just an empty collider, it is probably right now currently will have all these things in it, where we'll just not be using half of these information. We'll just be using the collider. Or what am I doing? I don't really know if I've changed up anything or not in the last I don't know what that command even is. I think I just cleaned up some stuff and added something. I don't know what I added is the problem, but this will get me the blocks, right? 64, that means yes, plus equals 64. I'll get the x, y, width will be width and height. So I'm setting the collider, and we need to now do something with the collider, right? How can we use this to generate some meaningful stuff? Because if I can do an empty game object, or I can like make a specific game object which is also added. Let's just do add object, right? Add empty object. Okay, what the fuck is an empty object? I didn't know that existed. Add empty object. Entity ID, entity empty, collider test. Okay, so we do have a functionality of this, and that is why if you take a week's break, you forget everything, right? We have an empty object essentially, which source is nothing. This is that, collider is destination, and that's it. That calls add entity again. So we don't call that directly, we call add empty object, which now I think can be named entity, but we'll do that later. Add empty object. World, we just pass in world. And destination, what are you doing with destination? Collider is the destination. Okay, we can work with that. So we pass in collider as destination, then it becomes the collider, then it gets passed on again. I don't think I mind that right now the way things are set up, so we can just pass in collider each time, right? So it is inside the for loop. We do this, we call this, or do we? I don't understand now. Now I'm getting confused. We have this that goes over all the objects, and no, this is not right. Perhaps I don't need a for loop. Why am I using a for loop? This is very fucked up. Sometimes I get very confused. Today is just one of those days where I feel a little, I don't know, weird. But you don't need any of those things. Why do I need that? I know the yeah, we just use 0, right? We use 0, but that is okay. I see why. Now that I know the first thing is 0, right? I mean, the first thing is the top one, the 0 is the top one. I'm setting the top one, adding empty object world collider. Width will span entirely. That's good. And then we can just, like, you know, override this all over again for the other ones. What are the other ones? Let's take a look. This will be 64. Your x and y is 64, and then this is height wise that much long. I think this is left, right, because your 64 y, you're leaving 1 from the top. This is left center, as a matter of fact. Let me just copy this so I can visualize it over here. Imagine you have this, right? So what do? You take the x, you have a y value. Now we need to top left or center left. Show me center left. Yeah, we'll take center left. So 1 1 1 1. Center left is, we're doing x plus 28. Okay, we don't want the entire x. Y stays y and height will stay height. Width, we are doing minus 28 minus 16, which is minus 28 minus 16, right? 38 minus 38 and minus 42. I don't trust myself. 28 plus 16, 44. It is 44 minus 44, right? Yes. So now high ground colliders. This is very specific. This is very, very specific. And then we can use this again. Where we will be doing, what is the next one? 64 704. 64, you're moving from the left. You have 704 as your starting position. 640 is the width. This is the bottom one, right? This is the bottom one. So bottom row. Bottom center is these values right here. Bottom center x, you don't touch x, no, and you don't touch width. Yeah, that spans across. This you're doing 16, and here we are doing minus 48. 8 and 4, 48. That's right. And there's another one, but this I think could be added. High ground collider. I don't know whether I'm doing this right. I just feel like I'm not, like it's somebody else's project and I'm just writing code. I don't feel in complete control. I don't feel like I know exactly what I'm doing, and that is because this is a very case specific scenario that we are handling. So why the hell do I have this inside of my entities.c? Entities is supposed to have stuff that is generic, that everything else can use, whereas this is, I am setting exactly how many number of rows and everything we have here, which this file need not know, right? Wherever I'm implementing it, that should know. So that's what is making me a little bit uncomfortable with this. And we're back to using earphones. But for now, we can just move it around anywhere I want. For now, we'll just keep things here. We need another one for the little bit of the extra ones that we have left over. Bottom row left over. There's a little bit of stuff that's left over here that we are addressing now. So for that, you need exact same logic applies for that too. But that is what? 0, 1, 2, 3. That is 3. Right. We have 3. 1 and 0. There are some nuances, as in this block, if you do it straight like this, you can still walk a little bit over this. This will be there will be no collider here. Okay, let's test this out for now. Right. If it is a function, well, okay, let's try this. Let's drag this son of a bitch to base. Let's drag this son of a bitch to thank God we have a space here, right here, and static void it out. So static void high ground colliders, and then we just do high ground colliders. Right, now you cannot call this from here, can you? You can, because you can call this. You cannot call add object directly. Add object is static void add entity. So this is still fine, right? I can I trust my code, I think. Yeah, what happened? High grounds collider. High ground colliders. Let's see. Yes, there's a gap here. Then there's colliders again there. Why is... No, because it is the same. It is the destination and the collider. Right, so that's why it's showing up as green. Because the values are same. If I were to stop the destination ones, you will still see them, but as red this time. Yeah, because the green was overlapping it. So colliders show up as red. Right. And this could be -1, I think. Everything else looks and feels okay. This is starting at 0, so we can move it. Because this counts the entire block, right? We can tweak it later. Now I like this a lot more because instead of having like 100 colliders for every block, we have one single chain of colliders, provided we do need some tweaking. I'm considering this entire 64 block for the height, but this is the top or this is the bottom left block, which will be treated a little bit differently. Right. And here as well. So we can definitely do those things, but overall this is looking nice. Not half as bad as I thought. I love that I could move it all into this file here, because this is essentially base logic and specific logic, right? This is not open to everybody. So I'm not... What am I doing for load trees, load light post, animal, load ground block? We were doing load high ground before, where we were managing the blocks. Okay, so but I have zero. I have information about what? I have information about from 0 to this much, which is true because the way the Sprite exporter script works, it is that it scans every block and gives you 64 into 64. For this block, I don't want it to be... I don't want the width of the collider to be like this, which is for this block true. For this block, I would rather want it to be, you know, like this, basically. This much only. Which is an edge case, right? If this was overlapping... Is it overlapping? Probably would be fine. It's not overlapping, but we were probably fine with this and this, right? You can go there actually, which will then cause problems. So we need to address them, because you can go outside the screen. I haven't done anything on that. So what do I do for this special case? Let's take a look at the collider logic. We are setting it up all from scratch. So top row x could be plus 64, say, right? That just starts at the right place now. Yeah, but I want it to be overlapping just that little bit. Come on. Yes. I actually need to look into axis aligned or axis separate movement, by the way. Yeah, this works perfectly, but I feel like if I could just attach the player to the side somehow or the other, I could still bypass. I don't know. Maybe I can't. Maybe this is fine. But this is just being logical. Like, there's no collider for this block. I wish there was a quicker way to get to places, but there isn't. I gotta go all the way around. And here. Yeah, this does not feel natural. This movement here. Right. So this is a special situation. I can just do y, whatever y we get, I can do minus something, minus 16 and minus 16 on both ends, I think. So for left column, y can start at minus 16, and for the top row, instead of 64, we do 64 minus 16, which is, I think it is 48. I don't know. We'll just do 48. Yeah, that is about right. Why I'm concerned about that particular region is, if I were to go here, now this feels a lot natural, right? So for the bottom as well, we can do the same thing. Bottom and the left column. So left column, height minus 16, height minus 48, and then bottom row x minus, let's do 16. Did I do the opposite? Let's take a look. This is right. Yeah. So left column height minus 48. Let's try 16. Or 32. 32. Yes, that is perfect. Now that part will feel right. What is happening here is, I don't know what is happening here. Because I just moved it. I just moved it by 16 pixels, right? Oh, I see. Bottom row, this was minus 16, so this will be plus 16 to offset changes there. I hope I'm not missing the chat because of a silly issue where the chat is frozen or something. It's not, right? Yeah. This is okay. Now, what did I do for the top row? For top row, we did x plus 48 to move it from that. Okay, so width could be minus 48. So it ends in the screen and there is nothing that we don't see that is not right. Yeah, now it ends rightly, neatly there. For the bottom one as well, we can do minus 48 for the leftover part. X is okay. Width can be minus 48. Is that too much? No, it's perfect. We're not treating this block as a block as of now. Yeah, this works, and this is much. What happened to my? Huh. The house collider is this. I thought it was meant to be like just the house. no, this is set up so you cannot overlap, right? If you overlap, your head is overlapping. If your head is not overlapping at this point, yeah, I mean, I must have done it based on something which I cannot remember right now. So I'm sure if I just change it to just being the house, I'll just notice the changes and change again. But it's for the right reasons. Okay, so this part is fine. Can we safely... Why are you... Was this always here? What is your problem? Passing argument 2 of high ground colliders discards const qualifier from pointer target type. I cannot pass it as const, right? Because I'm changing the stuff inside of this. So this I cannot do it const. That is not possible because we are changing things or extracting. How do you do that? Const like this, but I cannot do this because we are modifying the values, right? So I guess... Ooh, we're not modifying the values, are we? We're setting up new values which is based on the previous values. I guess we can do const here and no problems, get away with that. Yeah, because we're not really modifying the high ground blocks values. High ground blocks, I don't like how we call it here. High ground. Right, high ground. Array yaar, another one. Right, and whatever the fuck this is called, high ground. Yeah, good. Then the name is uniform. Every now and then you do wanna make clean, just to be sure. Perfect. Let's turn the colliders off. Not colliders off. Let's stop showing the colliders is what I meant. Or what have I done? I have undone what I wanted to do. Yes, beautiful. Beautiful. You can come to the edge of the cliff, but you cannot fall over. This part is beautifully done. And since it is map specific, I don't mind. Like if I make a new map, the logic will be a little different. Right, perfect. Perfect. I don't have jump sprites or anything anywhere, so I'm not able to use those. Right. Now I haven't modified existing logic. A lot of hundreds of lines of stupid code. I don't wonder. I haven't erased these, but we have labeled them inactive. So let it stay for now until we work on it sometime else. Git add dot commit m added high ground colliders more efficient than the previous station. I don't know what a good commit message is really. But yeah, that's about it. This can be static. I don't need to know. The only thing is I was never using xadd any kind of object here before, right? I was never using anything like that. Spawn chicken, or was I? I mean, these are all walled functions, which we are entities function, which we are using here, which is okay. And now that I'm here, might as well entities, add entity, because we are changing the names of everything. Ground block, add empty object, add empty entity, because we are changing it to entity everywhere. So there will be some stuff. Why is it not throwing errors? I don't know, because it is void, not static. Add empty entity. Entity. Now everything should be breaking apart. No. Entity. 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 And then since it's not breaking apart, we will build and we'll see. Yes, entity. Is that it? Forest. Wasn't there a way? I mean, I can do that. Let's do that actually. Am I spelling it right? Everything good? There have been some drop frame, but that's from before, I think. What's your PC specs? It's not too special. Hold on. Let me just check once again if everything is running fine. I'll just come back to you on that in 1 second. Give me 1 second. Yes, everything seems to be running fine. Yes. What's my PC specs? It's nothing too special. I think PC specs Nightbot is here. I don't remember the comment or if I even have it set up, I don't know. But this is very minimal. I'm running on an Intel i5 13th generation, which was the latest when I bought it in 2023, I think. This has a graphics card which is GTX 1660 Super, a very old one, but it is Super, which is overclockable, and 32 gigs of RAM. What else is there? Yeah, that's about it, I think. Nothing else to know. What does computer management open? Yeah, not this. I didn't want this. I guess you can open settings generally and see. Yeah, it's not bad. It does exactly what it's supposed to do. So system, you can go to display and all if you want to know. I cannot tell you exactly which one. I have some LG monitor which has 164 hertz refresh rate max. This is what I'm using. But I don't, yeah, LG Ultra Gear something. GTS 1660 Super. It is a 2K monitor. That's all. Other than that, I told you everything about the CPU and GPU. WinR. WinR, then what? DX dialog. DX diag. Nothing is happening with this. Just a bunch of no's, basically. Or diagnostic, not dialogue. Yes. Or I have HW, that hardware info tool as well. This shows more information than I can process. I'm not using HDR because the brightness, I have 0 brightness. The brightness is literally set to 0 or maybe 1 at this point, but it's very low, and HDR makes it very, very bright. I don't like that. Yeah, it shows more information than I can process about mouse and keyboard and camera. A lot of stuff. This is my, what is this? I don't know. Aura LED controller. I don't have anything like that. I guess the motherboard provides stuff. Is it wise to like git commit very minuscule stuff? Right, I don't know. I just do like extensive comments or you know, minor comments, stuff like that, even just to be safe, especially when I'm taking a break, because I can take a break, come back, and then forget exactly like, you know, whatever the fuck I did, and then feel zoned out again. Every 2 days, if I just work on something very specific, even, you know, say I am working on this project actively, but I'm in a very I'm only sticking to 2-3 files and very specific, you know, scope, right? And then I just like zoom out and try and understand the whole. I still don't understand how my render pipeline works. I just know that I can add objects to it, and so long as I add objects to it properly, it'll show up on the screen. The intricate details I have completely forgotten. I don't really know, right? But I just do know there are some draw calls in certain places, which if there's any problems, you go to those, right? So that's what I remember. But when you zone in and do something, and then you have to like zoom out and look at the entire picture, I get very confused. So I like to git commit even the most basic stuff. Even if I just uncomment something or comment something, I will write that here. So for this, I'll just do changed x add empty object. I don't think that being this specific is, maybe it's good, I don't know, good or bad, but I just think I need to do this so that I can remember things better if I come back to it, to match the entities naming. Yeah, might as well push this out to dev. I'm also learning to use Git the proper way, so that's still a work in progress. Well, I've been at it for like an hour or something, and I only was able to do a little bit of work, and that is what life looks like on my end of you know, these bunch of lines can just go out, can go to hell. I wrote so much thinking this was being useful, but these are all so redundant, and I couldn't sleep one night because of this. I was thinking about this all the time, and I thought, okay, we will just remove it, and add, custom hard-coded colliders if be it, instead of adding colliders for every little object, right? My first year ISE will start from 3rd August. ISE is what? What is ISE? Can you care to elaborate a little bit? Also, where are you from? Now that you mention it. Same thing as you. What are you doing? What the hell is ISE? Science and engineering. 3rd August is like 3 days. Is it 30 month or 31 month? 31 months, so you have a few days. Little close to a week. Yeah, this file is getting too long. These will go away. That'll help. Information science engineering is same as CSE, but more inclined on data transfers and cloud. So you have like operating systems and computer architecture organization, these subjects for like a semester each, maybe, instead of extending. But then you would have, I guess, like networking, advanced networking, a little bit more in details, and cloud, of course, infrastructure, information science. So maybe SDLC, software dev stuff. And where are you from? Because that does sound like an Indian ISE college. No, not college. ISE degree. What would you call it? Industrial? No. Where are you from? I just want to know. That does sound like an Indian degree, because every, like, whatever much you can, like, I don't know what the fuck is the point of a BCA. You're giving away a bachelor's in computer applications now. There's BCA. Okay, there's one like BTech CSE India. Okay, there's one BTech CSE. If you can't make it there is data science CSE. 90% the same thing. You just don't have, I guess, operating systems, or you don't have certain aspects of it, right? There is BTech gaming, which just like 1 or 2 semesters you will have some additional subjects. There is IT, information technology. There is software engineering, and there is one more. We have in our college only one more, I can't remember, which is basically just the same thing with 1 or 2 elective subjects fixed for you, which as a BTech CSE student, you can choose your electives, right? Here, you don't have the option to choose. They have chosen it, and the course name is like that. So it's not like yes, with like data science, that is considered like a separate stream. So you don't have a certain few subjects which a typical CS graduate will have. But for the other kind of computer science revolving streams, you just have an extra elective which you could choose with your regular CSE course, but here it's just chosen for you, just to be able to fill the seats. So they can have 60 students for CSE, BTech CSE, and then BTech CSE, some specialization on another 60, like that. They can add the number of students they can have. In our college, we don't have some kind of I don't remember, I forgot what it was, but since we don't have that approval or qualification, there's no limit to the number of students we can have. So we have I'm not joking, we have over 1,000 students in one particular batch in CSE. CSE has 1,000 students in each batch. Imagine that. Like, my roll number is 736, and there have been more people who have joined after me. That is the state of things in our college. If there's a certain body that approves or qualifies, or like does something to the college, then you can only cap it at around 80 or 60 students per batch, right? We don't have that, but we have all the other approvals and everything, right? So, and I think CSE is the only, not only, but CSE is the what is it called? The department that runs the college. All your fundings, all your everything runs based on CSE. So you can add those extra law courses, this courses, that courses, which is not really a typical technology college course. You can afford to have those because of the CSE department itself. We have over 1,000 students. Yeah, and I say over because I don't know how far the roll numbers go. I just know that I am in section 8. Section 8. You don't hear sections in BTech, right? In your stream, that is in your department. We have sections. I'm in section 8. And my roll number is 736. Section 8 ends at around 800 something. Right? There is more. So now you can imagine. What next, Anirudh? Give away my home address, give away my phone number. Yeah, we worked on the colliders. I was gonna work on the map next. Right. I want the map to be looking a little bit more filled and populated and not so empty, but also filled in a nice way where it's not like blocking or like blocky feeling, right? If you had, you would have given it away, is what I'm saying, right? Also, I want to see somebody subscribed, right? Which means yeah, August. Chatty, is that one person or two people? I think that's one person. Dealt 100 damage. So a subscription deals 100 damage, which is good. If you subscribe, if you like does not count here. Like counts in the jar here. Every time you chat or say or like, your ball goes into the jar right here, just like that. Subscriptions and any kind of donations, memberships, that does damage here, I think. So I'm also figuring it out just as much as you guys are. I wouldn't give it away to strangers. You gave away part of my address already. Like if someone were to come over here and really, you know, deep dive, they can probably find my house. Okay. Let's let this be the home base where the player spawns, so then they can come over here and exit out from here, right? I don't know how to implement the camera. That is something. Oh, animal wandering logic. Animal wandering logic is what I need to figure out. Shapes, textures, text, models. That is true though. Hold on, I forgot to turn off this to this. Yeah, that is true though. There's just so much. Where do I look? Splines are shapes. I think here. Our core. You have memory management. Really? You have memory management. And you won't let me see this. What are you doing inside this? You're using malloc, right? And what is it? Realloc? What is it in C? Malloc and calloc. Calloc is no. Realloc. Is that realloc? Yeah, realloc. Malloc, calloc, and realloc. I'm pretty sure you're just naming these. You're not doing anything different, are you? Because that'd be very dangerous, like, territory to set your steps in. Got your pin code already. Uh, okay, see you later. Thank you so much for joining, brother. I was going to... Yeah, camera. Could you show me anything on camera? Because I don't know what to do next. Maybe we can look into camera stuff. There are things you can do that I don't know what they mean. Input related... No. Pin code. He could, actually. No, pin code wise, you really... I don't know. I don't understand pin codes at all. I think it's postal related, right? Postal identification number. So it's like whatever the nearest post office is in your region, that's what maps your pin code. Where do I find camera here? Get window position, scale DPI. I will need these later on to be able to resize the window. Refresh rate also you can get. Also, I just realized this might be too small for the stream, that is. So I'll just make it a bit bigger. Text is not really tolerated well enough for compression algorithms. I know. Shader, screen space. Camera. Where are you doing camera? What is a camera? Please tell me it's a struct. Probably it'll be in structs then. Colors. Yeah, camera 2D. Let's see. Camera 2D. I just want to see where the struct camera is. Yes. Camera 2D. You gotta search for 2D. Okay, you have offset, target, rotate. I love how simple raylib makes it. You know, you're looking for a camera, you automatically think, okay, must be like a 3D, or it should be like a class based something, whereas, you know, it is just a struct. It's just a struct. You can use it in C++ if you want, but it's just a struct. Right, camera 3D is called camera. Okay, the camera 2D is offset, displacement from target, rotation and zoom origin, vector 2, rotation and zoom, scaling. Okay, so I would need to look at how we would be using this. Right. And there was one more thing about AI wandering. Because in my head I have something. I think I've written it down as well. If you go to animals.c, move animal is just commented out. Let's restart this work. I'll take a little short break in just a second. Let's do random value, not 0. Let's do from 1 or from 2 to 5. Right, if value greater than 3. Wait, what was happening? Let me just redo all of that. Yeah, we're doing if random value is equal 0, which I assume is a global int 0, random value is int, interval is 0, r is f. If value is 0, get random value from 2 to 5, right? And then if random value is, it was 0 to 3, random value is never greater. That's why I was having problems with this. R is set to 0, and I just want to see R is a float, right? So if R is greater than 5, we just do again, right? We just do that again and repeat. So R plus equal to get frame time. If R is greater than random value, let's just say we get a random value and R plus. If R is greater than the random value, then R is 0. What is this logic I wrote up, dude? This is very confusing. We're doing random value 2 to 5. R plus equal to get frame time. It is a little, let's say, but that starts at 0. What does it do from, what was it, 1 to 3, 0 to 3? I bet it'll be like very flashy, like quickly something happens, nothing makes sense. Oh, they go and go and go. Are we doing main.c? We're doing both animals. Okay, no problems. Is that consistent then? No, it's not. Yeah. So this is indeed working. My cow went off screen, whereas this is generating its own random shenanigans. This is not remotely close to being perfect, right? It's at one point when it regenerates, a lot of times it is, I don't understand one thing. Okay, we're getting from 0 to 3. Ideally this is like, throw me a time frame from 0 to 3 seconds, integer, and then do something for that time, right? Get random value, either be idle or be moving in that time frame, right? That is what my goal is. But I'm getting a random value and then R plus equal to get frame time. Okay, and we're checking on R. So R is what is being incremented by, or being incremented. Random value does not get incremented. Then why the hell are we checking? Or why the hell is this? Yeah, nothing is changing random value. if r is greater than equal to random value, let's say r generates 3, right? So we wait until r becomes 3. Then we generate another thing and r is 0. I don't know. If I were to do it right now, random value equals get random value 0 to 3. So we get something that starts at 0 and ends at 3. Right, any value between that, and we do another r plus equal to get frame time in float, right? If r is greater than equal to random value, from 0 to 3 you give me a value and I wait until that value. Why do I need to wait until that value? I can just do less than, right? While r less than equal to, let's not let 0 be a thing. I think that 2 to 5 was a good idea, or 2 to 4 let's do for now. If r is greater, r was less than, was it always less than? No, r was greater than here, but we want to check if r is less than random value. Then you do a bunch of shit. What are you doing? You're doing this. Okay, let's put that here first. What exactly is happening? You are then selecting an animal state by random. If r is less than that, do something like this, right? Right, state selected equal to true. If state selected what then? If state selected, then switch state, really. Idle or moving. It's idling anyways. Let's do switch state case idle animal idle nothing brick, and case animal moving we do case animal, oh, case if state selected animal moving, another get random value animal left animal right. Is that what we're doing? Yeah. So get a direction, switch animal dot state. Right. If it is case idle, we don't care. If it is moving, then I need a direction. Was I storing it anywhere? No. Oh, animal dot direction. Animal dot direction equals this. Right. If state selected, then you do that. Moving. Now, if animal direction left, that should be handled. Acha, flip. And speed. Acha, acha. This was hastily done, that I can see. But what do I have? Left I have. If left, then don't flip. Switch animal direction, animal left, animal dot game object dot flip equals false, which for case animal right will be true. Right. What else are we doing? We're doing animal destination x minus equal to speed. Break. I like the break to stay here. So it lines up. Right. I can tell what from what. What undefined behavior will happen? Let's see. Look at the chicken. The chicken found peace, whereas that could not. Now the cow found peace. It's just you and me now. It says to me concurrent viewers is 8, which is strange. Yeah, we can do scribble. Tell me why the cow has found peace, why the chicken has not. And when I run it some other time, now the chicken has found peace but flipped. And the cow is running around. Very interesting stuff. What am I doing? I think if statements are a little easier to debug for the beginner, for me basically. Switch cases is just easy to write, but you know, a little harder to keep track. Okay. So r is a random value. We're doing r plus equal to this. If r is less than random value, yes. So if state selected, if state selected decided to kill the cow. The cow is scared, so he's running. We've not done running as of yet. Just direction wise it'll flip. So what we are doing is we are doing if it is less, then get a random value and state is true. If state selected is true, then for idle do nothing. For moving, you get direction and then you switch. If it is left, the random value that is. Acha, this case animal moving, we need to, if r is less than equal to random value. I'm doing something very basic wrong. I'm pretty sure. No, I have not. I have not. I'm yet to go for lunch. But I just wanted to mess around with this AI thing before I look into it officially. Because my way does not seem to be that smart after all. Uh, you are getting a random value. The problem is, why is it instantaneously happening? R plus equal to get frame time. If R is less than random value, that is why it's instantaneous. So up until that moment, maybe I have to do this other way around. So wait for that amount. Oh no, there is no if guard on this, is there? Getting surgery on Friday. Dental, right? Tell me it's dental and it's what is it? It's your wisdom teeth. The cows are still in a jacuzzi. The cow, only one of them. Unagi, I can read your mind. If random value is 0 or R is greater than random value, then get a new random value. Yeah, but R greater than, that'll just make it wait for that much long. It'll just slow things down. Once it triggers, there's no stopping. R is greater, yeah. When you get a random value for state, if state selected, animal moving, setting it to 0 or just minus frame? No, 0 I think. If it is moving, this is where we set it matters. Do I go after direction or before direction? I think here. One of the animals never does anything while the other one goes crazy. But we are using it on both animals, right? Every animal has its own, so yeah. The global value. I don't understand a lot of things that is happening around, but yeah. Uh, Companies in Calcutta. Sent you a link where? Discord? I'll check it out later. I'm just confused as to why this is happening like that. I am setting R to 0 when I... Or should we come back and work at this after lunch? Let's do that. That'll be better. Because I'm a lot confused right now. My last comment was like just before this, so we are fine in that regard. Okay, I'll take about a 30-minute break, maybe 15-20, I don't know. I cannot guarantee anything. Might just wanna go for a walk after lunch. So we will see you there after lunch. At max a 30-minute break. Right, I'll update the timer and all for that. I wish... I mean, we can have this in the garden scene as well, right? Why not? Let's do 28 minutes. 30 minutes, 30-minute break. Come on. I deserve a 30-minute break for lunch, right? Oh, Scribble, you want to play? Let's do... See, if you're gonna go to sleep, I can play. Otherwise, I'll do after. Because the dogs are starting to bark as well, which is an indication that the food lady is here. If you want, if you won't sleep, we can play later after lunch immediately, or we can play now. Okay. That is still not working, as you can see. I'm just gonna add the overlay and everything so that you guys can still chat around, and you know, all those things are still here while the timer part of it is here. Yeah, chat is all yours. Feel free to chat around. I will be back in 30 minutes. If you see some ads during this time, that will be immensely helpful because ads help support the channel. Thank you so much. I will BRB after this short break. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. Can you hear me? Is everything looking all right? Can you hear me? Is everything looking all right? I think it is. Let's go. There was a way I could check. I think there is. Hold on a second. Yeah, everything looks okay. Right. What happened to VS Code update? I keep on nitpicking and whatnot. I thought this would auto fix itself. I can select a folder, but usually it does auto fix itself. Not this time. Okay, where were we? I was doing the animal wandering movement logic, right? Was my chair a little closer? Yeah. Microphone is on. I am not doing anything wrong. I hope not. The audio should be fine. Okay. Now, one thing I thought of was before you come out of it or break. Could you just do printf what is this? R. R, right? I want to see what R is. Yeah, what happened? Why not? This is in the if statement or switch statement. Okay, makes sense. Just want to monitor R. Really? If it is idle. I don't want to let anything change R to 0. Yes. So if R is greater than random value, I guess we can do R minus equal to random value. Like if it is about just setting it to the point where we can redo it all again. I'm unable to understand my own logic. Forget the thing. So my basic point was that I want to throw, where is it? Here's my idea, right? I want an animal to throw, give me a pencil. Animal to throw some sort of a I want the animal to throw, let's say, a timer, right? Let's say it throws 3 seconds. Then I want in the next 3 seconds the animal chooses, right? The animal for the next 3 seconds the animal chooses whether to move, whether to idle. This is terrible, by the way. Whether to be idle or to be moving. Right. This happens before the timer starts. So 3 seconds, you decide for 3 seconds, idle or moving. These two happen simultaneously. And once you decide what you want to do, you then do it, right? you then do it for the said amount of time. That's the simple thing. If it is moving, that is, moving will have a direction element attached to it, where you will be either left or right. This is terrible. This application itself is terrible, more than my bad skills. Right. MS Paint would have been better. But this is very simple, right? I don't think anything is wrong with that logic. It's just that when we put pen to paper, we are not writing exactly the same thing as we are planning. If random value is 0 or r is greater than random value, then get a new random value. R is incremented by R is incremented by frame time. Let me just redo this, right? What if I were to redo this? I want a random value. Let's say 2 to 5 seconds, and I'm storing it in random value. Right. And I want animal dot direction equals get random value again, animal direction, so left, animal right, and before that we need animal moving or idle, right? Animal state, right? Ready for scribble? Okay, just give me like 2 minutes. Animal state is any of these. If animal equal animal moving, then get direction. If animal direction equal left, then animal dot game object dot flip equals false, else animal dot game object dot flip equals true, right? There is no other thing here, so else works fine, right? Now animal dot, so just flip, but it's not maintaining. Enter the stream just to see a yawn and yawned myself. Well, yeah, I don't know, man. I could give you a lot of different reasons as to why that is the case with me. I don't, it is embarrassing to say the least for me. But the point I want to make is, in short, I have a lot of things going on. One of them is CFS, chronic fatigue syndrome. Another one is called narcolepsy, rather strong term, just daytime drowsiness. I just have to sort of fight through it. There are medication I can take that helps, but I don't know, from time to time I try and fight it through myself. It's been some months since I last took a medicine for narcolepsy. It does help eventually, and of course caffeine and all of those stuff. I'm not taking caffeine these days that much, but yeah, I understand that completely. You see somebody yawn, you yawn yourself. Who knows what it is? It's just your brain going, okay, I crave what this guy is having, and if he's having some relaxation or relaxing, or he's feeling relaxed, or it looks like he's feeling relaxed, okay, my body also craves the same thing now. We are setting all these states. Now we need to make it act as if act for that much long. That is a random value, right? A while loop is a very scary loop, but I guess we could try a while. Yeah, if you want to play Scribble, feel free to. Just give me like 2 more minutes. I'll just set this thing up or fail at it, and then we will play Scribble. While, and we need some sort of a r equals get frame time, and then we just plus r while r less than equal to random value. I guess if, just to test it out, if is a little easier to debug than switch cases. If animal state equals moving, if idle, do nothing. We don't even handle that right now. If animal state is moving, then if animal direction equals left, animal dot game object dot dest dot x minus equal to animal. Was I hard coding before? No, animal has speed. Animal dot speed. Else if I don't think else if is needed. Right, else. But else could be like no, we're not handling idle at all. Okay, let's let the else if stay. Else if that, then animal game object test s is plus while r less than equal to random value, right? So when you come out of it, get frame time, random value will be random value is in 2.5. It is get random value of 2.5. First of all, what I'm thinking is if random value, okay, so r is gonna be greater than while r less than, okay, so r is at one point going to be greater than that. Once that happens, but it's a while loop. So when you exit out, r is greater, right? So we can do r equals 0, and when you reach the end again, you call it again, so random value. Is that right? Generally you don't want to do while loops without knowing exactly what it is you're doing, because of stuff like this. So because this is being called every frame anyway, so if r less than equal to random value, else let's do r0, right? Things are changing too frequently. I don't understand why. What, you return an integer from min to max? What if I make you 5 to 10? It is happening in microseconds or something. $50, $100, what happens now? The minimum is 50. Okay, so it's something I'm getting wrong fundamentally. Right. $5,000 is still in the integer range, right? 64-bit. So it's not a millisecond kind of problem, right, where I'm understanding it wrong. So something somewhere is fucking it up, and I don't know what exactly. Get frame time is updating. If r is less than that, less than random value. Okay, I see. So it is, but I'm still not being able to implement the right part. Let's set up a scribble, why not? Do you want to play? ICPU, is that your name? If you want to play, you can join. There's a link in the chat for scribble. I think it's this statement. I'm always doing this. I can change the up and down stuff, but I'm always, if r is less than random value, r will be plus by screen get frame time. I think we can like if chain this into like an interval or something. Like say if r or and r less than random value, I think that is a better option. R less than random value and r greater than equal to random interval, which we can now set to like static float random interval to like 0.5f. I don't know what that's doing. That is for the animation stuff usually, that I do it like that. Why can I not crack a simple... Okay, we have 2 people. I joined, yeah, we are starting. Sorry for the delay. I'm just losing my mind. I can't even code a single simple AI stuff, dude. This light is... I don't know what is wrong with this light, but something is. Uh... Oh. Contrast, I think, you know? Were my lights always like this? Uh... How do you know it's cake? Is that common? Carrot cake? Carrot pie? I don't know. Hold on. Uh... Kind of walking now, like literally I came back from boss explaining how to fix an issue for wine. Issue for wine. Acha, wine. That wine. What is wine again? Like API, I forgot what that is. What does every page become increased? Could you just remind me what wine is? I forgot. It's one of those things, probably like crud, like terms you hear but you don't really know what they are. Who's drawing? Noob Master. I think it's my camera issue today, where it is too bright. Or like too whitish, the white balance is off. Because my light is exactly at the same settings it usually is in. Oh ho ho, what a word. Yeah. Windows stuff for Linux, right? Yeah. I thought I knew it, dude, but I just couldn't place it. It's like WSL, but the other way around. What is this? Aim, arrow, bullseye. Could you get one more letter? No idea. Protection. That crossed my mind, but I was like, this is not perhaps that. Because we went shielding and all of that. You were close. Dead, funeral, death. I don't want to. There's nothing more I can add. You don't need to know do dumb shit unless you work for an enterprise. That is true, and that's what I fear eventually will end up happening with me. Car is that's what I fear will eventually will end up happening with me as well. Because I don't know who said that. I just heard it somewhere that all computer science, or all IT roles are essentially cyber janitor roles. You just do the janitor's job, but on a computer. Like the fun elements of programming or creating a system or maintaining a system, that is what is that called? That is no longer, you don't get to enjoy those anymore. It's just all janitor work, really. Tesla Cybertruck. He drew something I didn't even notice. I just was like, get to the point, because car is not the word. What? Oh. That was a good one. Is that a swordfish, by the way? Yes, they got it. Wire cord, of course. Two only, few possible words. W-I-R-E. Wire is also 4. Noob Master is the winner. GG's. GG's indeed. It was good fun. It's always good fun to sort of take a little break every now and then. But I can't fucking code a simple animal AI wandering logic. It's just this statement. Like, it's just this one line that I'm... So many iterations I try, there's this one line I keep repeating that I cannot make sense of. Let's just play one for now. I'm trying. Oh, my camera is it's a lot whiter today. Do you not notice? I can turn it off and on, but that won't probably do it. I don't know what happened. Did I do anything to it? I don't think so. What does that do? I don't know. It's a little whiter. It's a little whiter. Ask AI for help. I do that a lot of times, but this is like I know what I want to do. It's just something that I'm not taking into account. Uh, is the R updating? I'm not subtracting the R somewhere, or it's just some stupid thing that I cannot find at the moment. Right, my camera will glitch out. Sorry for that. Because I'm what the fuck happened here, by the way, I don't know. I will just turn the camera off because I need to I turned it on. What happened? E-meet link. Video capture device deactivate. Deactivate is what they wanted. Hello. This is mirrored. No, this is right hand. This is right hand. This is reality. I don't know what you were seeing. You were seeing the mirrored one, maybe. Backlight compensation. No. What happened to the white balance is what I ask. Brightness 0. Okay. EV. What does that mean? After being logged the correspond. No, what is EV? Oh, this just fucked it up. The green, it's too green. Should we do black and white? Why did you decide not to use game engine, bro? Is challenge, and is it for more challenge and practice, or is it an advantage in game dev? No, it's just personal choice. The kind of thing I'm doing is very simple. One of the reasons is that, what was the default value? I forgot. 50. No, the like one reason I can think of at the top of my head is that if you make a blank Unity application, and I'm not saying you have to use Unity, you can use whatever, right? But generally, it's interesting because I'm talking with my camera through the eMeet Link software rather than the face cam on stream. But I'm just trying to work out the perfect level of saturation, which I don't know what it was before. Auto white balance. How do you know this is a good value? Right? I don't know. I think this is best on auto. I'm trying my best to put this at some right values. Yeah, a little bit better, I think. Other platforms will be hell. Yes, that's true. I can do web with mscript 10, and I can do exe files, which, as we mentioned with Wine, I can just ship the exe. You can run the exe on like Linux and stuff. But a blank Unity application is around 35 MBs. Just a blank white page that you can just make will be 35 MBs, which I don't really it doesn't sit right with me, right? And I thought I'll use exactly how much I need in my application, whatever it is that I make, game or whatever. The game is only 1 MB, right? This game is only 1 MB. and the asset files, of course. So you can still say it's 1 MB. It's under 1.5 MB the entire game, right? Whereas for a blank Unity application that does the same thing which this does right now, this will perhaps be a lot. This will be around like 35 to 40 MB, right? That's my point. But also I want to learn how to the old way of like just writing things up, you know, where you don't say you don't say make something or build something. You say build something, but it's often just let's write up our own stuff, let's write up our own game, write up our own software. That's what was really appealing to me. So it was just a choice I made. It's not for any purpose. Like probably this is not a final game or anything that will be shipped and make me millions of dollars, but it's just so I can learn and get into this world of, you know, video game programming through very simple libraries like raylib for now, which I can expand into OpenGL or, you know, SDL or whatever it is. I mean SDL generally, and then graphics libraries too, right? But I have nothing against engines or anything like that. Walk takes your soul piece by piece. Still better love story than being broke, but been there, done that. I cannot even read. Been there, done this. Got a t-shirt. Yeah, one of my brothers is in somewhere, I don't know, Citibank or somewhere, I think, and it is a cyber janitor role, really. Like all the things you love and enjoy about programming, about computer science, really, all the things that fascinate you, and here you are just database all day, all night. That's all, you know, handling queries and passing on to other teams and communicating and Zoom calls and emails and whatnot. You're not really doing it for the fun, or you're not having any fun doing it, and you're also doing it for somebody else, which makes you less which makes you give less of a fuck, really, right? When your time is done, you want to get out. If there's any problem tomorrow, all time will see, right? It's stuff like that. I'm not really targeting any other platforms right now. I just build for myself and test. As an O flag, I use O0 when shipping or when actually building or uploading on HI or whatever it is. I'll probably use O1 or O2. O0 just makes, I have only once been to the debugging section, but if you debug, it just makes life easier. I don't even remember how to do it. Yeah, you run in debug mode and then everything shows up. Yeah, I'm good with building your own thing from scratch. I made scripting language myself, even with rather aggressive optimization. Went to trash bin, but the experience is great. Yeah, that's the whole. It's like you love, you know, some people will say I love playing video games, or I love, you know, let's say WoW, which is World of Warcraft, or LOL, League of Legends. I don't know, like mobile games, Brawl Stars, and other stuff. I think it's my shirt. I usually wear a white shirt, which helps with the white balance. The black shirt is throwing it off a little bit, the camera, that is. I now realize. Anyways, but I love programming, really, you know. And is there any like, what is it, quirks that I have? Yes, I do enjoy close to like the syntax I will write. I should be able to completely understand what's happening. Not only is it like predictable, but it's also what is called strongly typed or whatever it is, right? Like I know exactly what type my variables are. There is no let, there is no var, there is no like dynamic runtime allocation or something. Everything is like properly determined. Even my game objects that get rendered they have an array that they get rendered into, which have blank elements. When you insert an element, the blank one, you know, one blank element is initialized using some values. So there's no malloc callocs happening either. Everything is very simple to where I can really understand what's happening, right? And it could as well have been any other language, really. Java could have been, you know, one of the languages. It would have been OOP based, then C++. I was just taught C, like, you know, one semester in college, and I fell in love with it. and same with Python, but I used Python for different kinds of use cases. And since then I just, I've been telling not just myself, but everyone else as well, I know C. Well, in reality, I don't even know 0.5% of it, but I thought I was comfortable in C, so I started. And while, like working in C throughout, let's say, the course of 2 years, I think I've been working with one other project as well, and then this one, we have got to a point where I understand what my syntax is doing, and I'm no longer faced by the arrow operators or pointers or dereferencing stuff, or even like double pointers, which we will see in render somewhere. Yeah, a pointer to an array that stores pointers is what this is, which is ridiculously easy to understand now, but for me 2 years ago to comprehend this would take my mind off. Game dev from this, but I cannot yet start committing my time to making my own game yet, because I do have to start working to make money. That's what I was, on Twitter. I was just going off today in the morning. I've been contemplating these things for the last couple of days. Which one are you? Okay, I'm gonna go to my profile. We start with 1. Yeah, recently I've been contemplating life a lot. I'm a third year student enrolled in AI training internship, which is just BS, to be honest. I don't know why like when they were hosting a webinar, and I was a part of it, and they were asking questions which were very basic. I just happened to answer a couple of them, and then they WhatsApped me later on, after they got the information and everything, that you have been shortlisted and whatnot. Just a scammy way of, join us for the training and all of that. We are giving you opportunity for internship, whereas they charge you some money in the name of offering you some training for a couple of months, and then just BS work. Really, it's not even a proper internship. They just give you some certificate just for the sake of it. And but yeah, I'm truly interested in one thing only: video game programming. I want to work on an original game, which I have the idea, and that probably I'll work with an engine, and I don't want to use Unity for that, because it's a something not open source, something that gives you, like, the game is entirely yours. You don't owe anybody anything. So even what is it called, Coco's Creator Studio, I've been thinking about, which runs on JavaScript, which is not a bad, like, typically JavaScript for game dev, unless you're making it for web, is not looked at greatly, but it just makes it very good, like a really good shippable content for anything, really, as far as what I understand with JavaScript, right? But anyways, I have some ideas, but I want to run with this, whatever I'm doing right now, and really, like, get into scene management and camera following the player and all of that before I get into that project. So here's that. And then the idea of being jobless, as you were mentioning, that scares me like hell. Every passing day, like, my brother just got a job, good for him, right? But every passing day, I have to answer all my relatives and all of those people who ask me, you're gonna get something. I mean, like, there is gonna be some sort of a campusing drive at your college, right? I say yes in the last year of college, but I don't really, to be honest, I don't care about that. I don't want to get a traditional job, because it's complete cyber janitor fuckery, right? You're cleaning up after somebody else's shit. That's what it feels like, right? Nothing is original, nothing is fresh. It's all in the name of data analysis or data analyst, or they'll just give you some quality assurance, so some kind of BS role, bogus role, just to get you to work like a cyber janitor. And that's what I hate. But the idea of being jobless, as in not making money, scares me, right? So is it possible that I find myself working somewhere, and then working on my projects after hours? Yes, absolutely. Like, even if that pays like terribly, it just shouldn't overwork me. It just shouldn't overdrain my energy. That's all I expect. Even if you pay me the minimum amount, I'm happy to just oblige. Like my family is happy, my relatives are happy, I can show everybody that I am capable of handling my own self, and then I can do my own stuff, especially on the weekends, right? And then I go on about, like, like, I have interest in certain fields, but computer science, as I love and as uh, I'm curious to know more and more every day, that is not, like, whatever I do, it's great, right? It's very respectable, it's very great, but that doesn't really land me a job. I can make 10 games or 10 prototype games like that. But the only job posting available are for, like, data analyst, AI this, AI that. It's just not, it is not feasible, right? Whatever projects I'm doing for fun is not, it's not good. Even if I put that on resume, other than the fact that, okay, he wrote these many lines of code and knows how to use Git and GitHub and all of that, other than that, there's really no benefit out of it, right? I'm not smart enough remotely to be able to land a job, land and crack a proper interview and land a job. That is also true, because all I have been doing is just trying to build my own stuff. So if you give me enough time, it's like if you give me just one book and leave me in a room locked for a month and ask me questions about it after a month, I can tell you everything. But it has to be a book that I like, right? It's algorithms and stuff, I'm not really a huge fan of all those things. Like, if I need something, I'll research about it and I'll do it, right? But to have everything in my brain just like that for all the time for no reason, that is what I absolutely detest, right? So that's what I've been going off about, that, like, whatever I do, although it does bring me a lot of joy and satisfaction, it's just not what is it called, it's just not like, from a societal point of view, it's like garbage, really. Like, it's just a man wasting his time, you know sorry, I missed some chats. Break from my job and commit my time to making my own game. It's not that you got to take a break to start, really. You can work and iterate over your projects during the weekends or after hours. You got to find a way, dude. The most exhausting, I think, the people who, I mean, computer jobs are the most tiring because you're mentally fatigued, right? You cannot come home, take a shower and expect to be just fresh because your mind is tired, right? Whereas somebody who does physical labor can come home and just shut off just like that, and maybe screen time after hours is a good relaxation point for them. But for me, I don't know what it is. Every time, like, I play games on my phone, that is fun, that is relaxing for me, right? Whereas on my computer, whenever I'm on my computer, it just feels like I should be working, and if I'm not, I just feel like I'm not using my time productively and I feel a lot guilty, right? And that's not the point. My whole point is, you're already spending around, what, 10 hours, close to 10 hours on your job, maybe on the screen, staring at the screen. Perhaps, it depends where you work, but usually, unless it's a good air conditioned environment, maybe you're also sweating, there's people everywhere, there's constant noise, then there's commute to go to the job, come back from the job, there's a lot of things happen, and then you come back home and again you got to open up your, like, devices for anything. You want to watch something, you got to open up a device. You want to play games, you got to open up a device. Everything is so computer based. The computer person never gets a rest from computers, is what I'm trying to say, right? Little deeper, many companies warned your common C++ developers, they're just not on the top of the list. That's exactly what I'm looking for. I don't want a top-notch job. I can work anywhere so long as you give me, like, a C job. If you want me to learn C, I know a bit of C sharp, I know a bit of Python, I know a bit of Java. JavaScript is what I'm least interested in, but if so be it, I'll learn it. Who knows, and we can build stuff with that, right? These are all good languages. What's wrong with them? I don't know, Why are people shifting towards like Rust and Lua? Maybe because that's just the norm, and everything, like you program in high level languages which map to C directly, which is good. But then why not use C directly? I don't understand the point of all of these things, right? You're saying abstraction is pointless. Okay, I understand, it's all compiled away. But then why will you... I don't understand. What is the benefit of going for Rust over C? Maybe it's just the integrations and stuff, right? Like Rust works worldwide with a lot of applications. That's good. But if I could have it my way, I would stick to plain C. I don't even see the need for an OOP-based environment, really. Struct and enums have been working fine. When I hit that ceiling, I will consider learning C++ maybe. The job market is fucked up. The kind of jobs, my friends, I don't know about all my friends, but one of them is, I think he's doing all right. He shows up in the chat from time to time. Canon, that is. He gets paid, I think now, somewhat reasonable, but he lives in Bangalore. He has to pay close to 10,000 rupees in rent, food, and all other things excluded. So all those things will count in as well. Then imagine, out of, let's say he's getting paid 40,000, right? You minus the rent, that is 30,000. Now you minus the amount he needs to spend on food and all of that stuff. Let's say another, even if I'm being humble, 5,000 if you take away, that's 25,000, right? And then man has his own expenses and stuff. He needs to send some money back home maybe. So 25,000, it's nothing. You're living in some foreign state, foreign city for you, and you want to build yourself up. Yes, you're building your career up, but are you really saving up enough money for the future? Are you really able to take a long vacation? Can you really survive on an emergency situation for 6 months without any pay? That is questionable, right? But you gotta show up to work every day, be on time. Any kind of discrepancy and you're punished heavily for it. Whereas even if you are the most loyal employee, there is no real benefit of being extremely loyal. It's just how it is. The company cannot pay you more unless the company itself is a big company, which then again, to get in that company, the standards are very different, and you gotta go through all these screening rounds and all of that. It's a rat race. It's a rat race. Mobile, what would you suggest me? Any game engine or vanilla coding? I'm ready to start with new stack, but I really do care. Well, I guess Unity is a good start, right? I am no expert in anything, right? But from what I know, Unity is one of the best because it is still somewhat lightweight compared to Unreal, but it is a bit heavy and it is 3D ready. I don't know what kind of game you want to make. It is not only 3D ready, you can do what are those, VR, AR, and all of those kind of stuff as well if you want. If you want a simple engine, you can try Godot. I'm sure you've heard of it. This also works with C#, so I'm guessing it should also work with C++ or any other languages if you don't want to try their own GD script language. But yeah, the one benefit of engine dev is that you really do make you really do build once, and you can run anywhere, right? You might still need to do some optimizations for the web or for a certain platform, let's say, but you can really run your game anywhere just like that. For Mac OS, you would need a Mac to build, or for iOS as well, you would need a Mac because you need Xcode to generate the installer for those platforms, I think. Otherwise, Windows, Linux, Android, you can run fine. On the web, you can run fine. That's the benefit of an engine. You can drag and drop stuff. You can build your map inside your game engine itself. You don't even need some third-party software. It's just easier, right? At the cost of a little bit more size. So if your blank game should ideally be just your code turned into an exe, it'll be a little bit more because the framework inserts itself into it as well, which of course you want an app or a game like that, it'll have its own runtime and everything shipped with it. Hokkaido, he's working in Bangalore, Hokkaido, Japan. That's right. Sorry for the random ranting around. I've just been very angry of late and I cannot place why. It's got to do with my future. This one line is just not right. We check. This is irrelevant, right? This is irrelevant. I can just remove this for now and let it say whatever it is. But overall, what is it? Yeah. We check if it is less than random value. First of all, we get a random value and then we set a random state, and then we check if the state is moving. Then we set a random direction. Now, if that direction is left, flip is false, which can be removed entirely, but just for the sake of readability and understanding what's happening, I've put it like this. If not, then flip, because we only have the left sprite. We need the right sprite. We'll just flip the existing left sprite. Then R is plus equal to get frame time, which is the time in seconds for last frame drawn. Delta time, it's a float value. Okay. Which is roughly about 16 ms, I think, because we're running at 60 fps. So if R is less than random value, which was generated at first from 2 to 5, could be any value, integer. That I don't think that is a yeah, but that's not the problem. That is not the problem. Integer float, that's not a problem. But I'm comparing our static float and we are doing an integer, with which I don't see any problems. Right. I'm pretty sure you cannot. Can you do this here? No. Or you can. But that's not. Oh, thank you so much for your donation, brother. You don't have to do that. I see you, I hear you. Emojis are just fine. Thank you so much, though. That does damage. Let's see. This is what I'm most excited about. That does damage to the boss. Oh, you are the new boss. You have murdered away. You have murdered away the previous boss, and now you are the next boss. You have 1500 HP. Thank you so much, brother. The cup is getting filled up with interactions. That is what I love the most. When I end the stream, I get to see all of those things. Can I say, I don't know, some super chats you can interact, some super chats you cannot. I'll just put some hearts in the chat. Thank you so much, though. If R is less than this, I don't think this is causing any problems, though. Or could be. C and type checking, you don't know. Nothing changes. These bastards are still moving around way too fast. As far as I can see, you would like to have half of this code be scripted to edit values and code on the fly and not rebuild it every time. Yeah, I know. And part of it is like that only. This is, and that's why I think people will, I don't know if Rust allows you to do that, but Python certainly some part of it does. I have certain things like in config, I have player and base as well, where I can I haven't set it up, but I can put the tree positional values here or anything that is in the map, I can just position these things on the map, and accordingly it'll show up. I don't need to I need to, like, shut off the game and then update this and save the file, but I don't need to like rebuild every time I make some change. But here I'm making change to some what is it called, like some logical part, right? And I need to rebuild from here. I cannot just at least it's not set up in that way where I can just save and run and it'll be fine. With some aspects it is. The player CFG is especially true, because I can change this, and based on this, let's say if I make it 100, right, so the player will now spawn at 100 without me needing to build. This is very neat, right? Certain things I am like moving towards that, but we haven't got there yet. And I need to like look into that as well, how proper game developers use that, because like if you want to test like one specific feature, imagine you have a main menu. Okay, you can disable the main menu temporarily if it is set to debug mode and all of that, but still, if you need to, like, you spawn here, you got to go to this place, enter this house, trigger this event, and then only you can see if your feature is like working as intended, right? Whereas if there was some other way of like really like getting there instantaneously, that would be much better, right? Instead of you having to manually build every time. And with the make file it helps, because make only, unless you do make clean, that is, if you do just make, it only sees what things have changed and updates only those things, unless you do make clean, which then deletes all the object files and then you're just building it from scratch, right? Otherwise it is incremental, which also helps, I think. If animal state is animal moving, then we are setting up a direction and we are moving. If r is less than random value, if r is greater, we set r to 0. Yes, I think I sort of have an idea, but that'll slow it down. I don't know why it is so hard. The idea in my head is very simple. You just want the animal to throw a timer. Let's say it throws 3 seconds. Okay, 3 seconds, and like simultaneously you decide a state. What do you want to do? You want to stay idle or you want to move, right? If you're moving, if you're idle, you're idle. If you're moving, you then throw. What do you want to do? Go left or go right? After that is done, then you do it for 3 seconds. You either stay idle for 3 seconds or you stay moving either left or right for 3 seconds, and then it all starts over again. That's what the idea was. But I'm getting stuck at a very random and irrelevant, not random, but irrelevant point where it's just like every frame it's trying to go left, go right. And I guess I sort of understand why now. These are not under any if checks. And it's like my 4th or 5th time iterating over this. I have even one commented out section. Does it work like that? Like, this is an if statement, if, and this is one statement here. But this is 2, so this probably might not work. I don't know. Does YouTube hate GitHub? You were filtered away. What? For saying GitHub? Or did you put a link? I don't even see anything, dude. I'm supposed to be the admin, not even a moderator. What is this? You speak a language I don't understand. What is this? Read, compile, run. Read, compile, run. Huh. Rep names and GitHub in one comment. Oh. Okay, I see. So it's like a Pythonic way of read, compile, run essentially. Right. I get it. But my problem is very primitive. Like, I feel like, and of course, like, building isn't taking any time. It's like 1 second at max. But I understand that would just like fasten things up. I need to set up something for it probably, or does it run? It's worth looking into is what I'll say. Do you star or do you save? Watch. No, I think starring is okay. Right, I can remember to come back to this. We put everything under an if check. Right. Now it's not flipping. If R is this. Oh. It'll flip, but that'll even make it look even worse, really. One frame it'll be idle. What am I doing? Sorry. B. Nothing changes here, right? The thing is, why can it not stick to my there's a good reason there's some gap here. Let's let that be, or let me just do it here so I understand that we are setting up the things here. These are all bogus statements, dude. Every one of these will execute regardless, and that's why print R value over each animal. I've just done it wrong. I can print and all, it's just not the right logic, and that's why my mind is getting fucked up too. I can do a lot of things, but this like simple AI logic I cannot create up myself. I have done once for Pong, but that's very like it just follows the ball basically up and down. And yeah, this was my first iteration where one animal just behaves completely differently than the other, which I don't know why. Global variable is only, I don't understand exactly what's happening. Is it consistent? I don't think so. No, it's not. But one animal just, it's consistent in a way that one animal will do the shenanigans, one will just walk out of the screen forever. It is worth checking the values for these animals. Like, does the other one really go away, or is it like moving left and right somewhere just outside the screen? I have a stupid guess, and it is as stupid as this, that I have only one global, set of values, but only one global value for everything, right? But that should be applied to everything then uniformly. No, but if the objects are two separate things, I don't understand. There's only one random number generation thing happening, but there's two animals, right? So for each animal in the loop, each animal in the array, this is happening with only one global value. That is what I'm concerned about, right? So if eventually we will do that. So instead of globaling, we can have the animal owns the random values in a much better named way, like everything, like get random value 0 to 3. This is the time, so random time interval, we can name things better is what I'm saying. AI will help me, dude, but I that's the thing, dude. I can really ask AI for even a complete solution and be able to comprehend that, but the fact that I cannot do it on my own is just fucking my mind. Like, since the last week I've been trying to do this. 3-4 times I've tried. One was like I think this is the closest I've come, and I say that purely because one animal is at least just moving and walking away, or at least both of them are consistent in a way that they go left and right. It's just the time is 0 to 3, but you're behaving as if it's I don't know, something is very weird. It could be that the next time, after 3 seconds of complete moving to the left, they again decide to move to the left for the next 3 seconds or whatever it is, 1 second, but the next time is also left. This one did seem to work, right? We're not resetting R anywhere, but also we're not checking on R. We check if random is greater than 3, which, I mean, if it generated 3, that should be legal, whereas immediately we go generate again, cannot do 3. So this should be like R. This is not random value, right? This should be R greater than 3, which R is being plussed with the get frame time. And if R is greater than equal to random value, this will just initially wait 3 seconds. Yes, exactly, and I cannot get that logic part fixed. I have tried putting R equals 0 in the stuff that I just deleted as well. It is just not, I cannot comprehend. Like one full cycle and then you try again, right? And this random, it's supposed to return an integer value, right? I can make it 1, right? I can make it 1 to 3, That's fine. The first frame will probably take time. Other than that, see, first frame will take time, and then when it starts jiggling, it just jiggles. Which makes me wonder, maybe whatever I'm intending to do is happening, but my intention is wrong. But then again, I'm throwing integer values from 1 to 3. Right, you're only supposed to jiggle. Even if you do jiggle, you know, like left, right, left, right, left, right, keep alternating, it should happen at least after a span of 1 second. Right, put your left into moving block. I don't really understand what you're saying. Equal equal left or equal equal right mode into moving block. You mean these ones? Huh. Yes, that makes some sense. You cannot tell me the chicken is choosing to be idle forever based on random values. Like every random value is just telling it to be idle. That is just not possible while the cow behaves like this. Look at the cow. Right, the Okay, I'm gonna go over this cleanly once. If random value is 0, which it is initialized to be 0, it's a global value. If random value is 0, then we set a random value between 1 and 3. Right. This is for not for now. Then we do r plus equal to get frame time. If r is greater than random value, let's do less than random value. No, that will just keep doing it over and over. Let's just do animal state is random, but it needs to have a lot because this is called every frame, right? So how do I set it up? If r is greater than random value, or, and I was doing this flag approach earlier. And not, what is it called? State selected. Right, so we can do, I have state selected here as a matter of fact. So where is it? And not state selected, we do that. R equals 0, I don't know what that does. State selected equals true. Right. So this will only enter once. Now, if animal state, so I could do if state selected, and I don't understand the difference between this if statement and let's say if state selected and then if animal state. Probably it's very similar, right? Activity wise. I will donate again if and only if you go to ChatGPT or Gemini right now. Just give me a little bit of time. You can give me all the money in the world, but you cannot buy my what is it called? I am a free bird after all. Nothing from no one. Nothing from nowhere. I have no one at all. But then again, I cannot be bought for money like that, dude. This doesn't really. Okay, animal state is if if it is moving. Okay, then we have a direction, and if direction is so it makes sense to have it inside this if loop, because this is only ever gonna happen if you have a direction. Now you have a direction anyways, but only when you have the state is moving. If direction is left, then you don't flip, minus speed. If direction is right, now I need to set state. With the money you can buy Red Bulls. Nah, dude, hold on a second, dude. I don't really. I think I'm close. State selected. I need to know if you're done moving, right? So it is essentially here. If r greater than 3, r greater than random value, then what you are doing is you're getting random value again, and state selected equals false, because we've done one movement. Am I close? Ah, it looked like I was close. Why does it? Achha, yeah, both animals are behaving. It jitters. I know why it jitters. It jitters because get frame time, and if this is less than, or if this is greater than random value, then for an unspecified amount of time, keep doing this, keep doing this, keep doing this. But then again, there's if not state selected, right? So if state selected is false, only then you would get into this. Then state selected is true. You've been watching for the last 10 hours and you don't know what the issue is. Also, I'm pretty sure you were there the last stream. I was trying to set this up as well. Animal state is get random value. State selected is true. We make it true here. Then we don't come into this ever. Right. R is 0. Oh ho ho. R is 0 here. At the end of it. Finish action. Yeah, that's why I had this interval as well. Hold on. They're not moving. The sprites are loading. Are they moving? Who knows? Also, why does one animal only react? I don't understand that part. It's been happening from the beginning. It's either one of these animals usually that start. It moves for just that frame time amount, I think, still. The timing is right? And what I mean by that is, let's say, I'm trying to count in my head while that happens. So if I remove this, and let's say we put 3, right? We put 3. So now for 3 seconds, it'll either be idle or it'll move. Is it even? I don't understand. Okay, let's see it from a different approach. Because certain things are acting in a way where I don't understand what exactly is happening. Perhaps a good idea is to forget about this, that this ever existed, and just do a simple draw call or something. Right, do I have a blank? Must have a blank. Raylib, chess, uprise, old. Uh, hmm. Let's just go to main. I wanna try Anirudh. I will read into your stuff. I can like really easily get help, right? But the fact that I cannot figure it out, and I know what it is. The thing is updating by frame time. I don't have a proper checking mechanism where I can tell, okay, this is the animation duration, or not animation, like this is your interval. Until this time passes, you will do what you're supposed to do, which could be idling or moving in a direction, right? And state locking is happening correctly, maybe. Like we just decide the state and stick to it, unless you set the state to false again at the end. Pick direction only when state changes to moving. Currently re-rolling every frame. Yes, that's I understand that. Direction only when state changes. That's a good observation. How would I do that? If state selected, I need to know if just selected, right? So like another, let's do the cheap fixes, and then we can bool direction selected. I like to name very extensively, so no dir selected or d's. No shorthands, nothing. Right. Animal direction and then direction selected true. And not direction selected. How long will what take? Direction if state selected and not direction selected, you get into direction logic plays out. Maybe this one thing just fixes everything miraculously. Who knows? The cow looks funny when moving. Show me my main. For this, update animal. Every animal is being looped over, right? Update animal is just animate and move animal. So both of them should be moved. Okay. This is essentially not working out. What I will do is I will go into main, and I'll just do a simple draw. Do me a circle. Okay, color filled circle. 500 500. Radius, it's 1000 by 800, so 50. Color, do you have a softer? Blank, I mean black. Yeah, yeah, right. You can do this like this, right? Yeah. So cut. Mm, no, you have to press the arrow and then this cursor automatically goes inside now. Interval is plus equal to frame time, right? If interval is greater less than random, draw circle. Yeah, but you draw it here as well. So this does happen every frame, although might not look like it. This resets it, so you go back. You only move left. Okay. Couple of things. 50 is not the right 10. Nothing is happening. My cow bastard just turned right. I'm getting something fundamentally wrong. Okay, Anirudh. You have your wish. Ah. Yeah, I cannot. That was also not. It was going left only. I need to set up a way to. I tried wait for 0.5 seconds. Maybe I should have increased the wait time. I can like build on top of that and see. Oh, I tried 0.05. That's why. Now we will see your wait time and then it will move left. So we do get to that point. Interesting. This works here. This works here. This works here. $77, right? Yeah, what happened? And ask yourself if it should be there. Yes. We check for state. We give it a state. And then we give it a direction. Random direction, left or right. Then direction selected is true. Hold on a second. State. No, this loop is only reached once, but that is also like a bug. Right, you're right. You are right. You are indeed right, but this is the you know, like a buggy system of things. If not direction selected, let's do brackets since we have been doing brackets for everything. Right. If state selected, I don't know. I'm just separating it because that is also responsible if R, when that becomes greater, when you're supposed to reset, right? When you're supposed to reset, well, this is just checking if it is moving. Then direction, move it. Right. Let's forget idle for now. Or we don't really do anything for idle anyways. Maybe that's why it's not idling. Uh, Basically do nothing. Nothing should do. I don't think this and no statement here makes no difference. It's the same thing. If not direction selected, give it a direction. Direction selected, true. So only once. One second, 1 second. I don't think that is just exactly the same thing but done differently. I'm off the work, so goodbye. Good luck breaking your code and your mind. Yeah, I'll probably just go to AI. Select direction after an action. All state update routine. No need to make it harder. You can literally select direction after selecting an action. Yes. Here. Okay, if r greater than random value, but I need these. I need to check if state selected is false, right? By default, it is false. R0 state selected false. Right. But this is the same function that is state selected false. It is setting to false also. It is resetting R. It is state select is false. Get a new random value. Or I could just say random value equals 0. That'll trigger the first one, right? I don't think this is where it'll come down to be. This resets it. This will get triggered again if R is greater than random. Let's just remove this. If not state selected, right, this is the default one. By default, state selected will be false. You don't need state selected, direction selected. I am getting only more confused. I think I've done something. It is retaining long enough. So, okay, those can be random values. This random value, what if I hard code it to be 3? Let's just pretend the dot is in there. It's not exactly staying moving for 3 seconds. Like I would want to hard cap it, like idle 1 2. See, on 2 it stopped, and then it'll go again for some time. This is inconsistent, whereas I'm hard coding it to 3 now. If random is 0, then random is 3, right? And we set R to 0 and random to 0, and this is plus frame time. Is it because of we're not plussing anywhere, right? Two seconds, 3 seconds, sometimes. But I'm closer than I was before, is what I understand. R is behaving as I want it to be. You know what the worst part is? If you're just watching, I'm just gonna give you some closure. Okay, yes, I code like shit. I don't make sense sometimes myself. I'll give you some closure so you just know, or you feel even worse about trying to help me. All of this, and yet I know for sure this is not the kind of thing I want to do for my actual AI wandering logic. Because if you go to one direction, you can easily overshoot and go too much to one direction and keep doing that over and over again. I'm probably gonna do like a rectangle and assign like a point within that rectangle for the object or for the animal to target, and then let the animal move there, right? If it's, of course, let's say there's a fenced area, whatever it is, and collisions will come into play as well. But usually that's what I would want to do. And I'm pretty sure if I look into animal wandering logic, or AI, probably like a circular, like every animal has like a circle that they carry around with them, as you see in every game. I never understood what they were up until very recently, I think. That is their movement area, right? And you also have to check if any other animal wants to go to the same point, which you can let them overlap temporarily, but if they stand at the same point, it'll just look absurd, because animals don't collide with each other at the moment. If they do, it just makes it makes it weird. Too much collisions, like too many collisions happening at the same time. It doesn't look pleasant. But yeah, there's your closure. I'm probably not going to even use this in the final state, but I'm still trying to make sense of it and know exactly what is happening basically. But this worked. Right here it worked. We have two random variables. If interval is greater, then we reset random to 0. Then if interval is greater, we reset interval to 0 and random to 0 as well, so that this triggers. And then this will give you a random value. This will give you a random value. Right, but if I hard code it to like only 1 second each, this can be random, any direction you go. The wait really helps you understand the thing properly. This is working exactly, the black dot that is working exactly as expected. I just don't know why the hell I cannot get it to work for animal. What happened? Cool. I think, but that's a separate. But does that mean I will collide? No, because there's no collision set up. Okay, I'll take a short break. Let's just undo this. I have some idea as to what is happening now, but probably, as I said, I will just lean into the rectangular way of doing it, because it makes sure the animal is always inside, if not each animal its own, at least set up fixed rectangular area for animals to move in. Yeah, I'll just take a short break and come back. I don't know what else to do. I didn't have much to start with today other than the AI logic, and we have spent time and I cannot figure it out. This way, that is. Not in pain after the surgery. I will stream the movie Little Miss Sunshine. Okay, Little Miss Sunshine. I don't know. Is that the film where oh Captain, my Captain, that guy dresses up as a woman, tries to pretend like a grandmother or something? Is that the movie? Or Nanny, I think. I'll need a short little breather. Should I put this for break? I think yes. That's not the movie? Okay. I'll look into the movie then right now. I'll be back in 16 minutes. Hello. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I went to just go lie down there for like 15 minutes. I saw about 9 minutes still left in the counter from the corner of my eye. I thought, okay. And then I kept like looking back, and it was like, it felt like 5 minutes had passed away, but it was only 2 minutes every time I would look back. So I thought, okay, we have time. And then I finally, I don't know what happened. I just fell asleep. I looked at the value. It said W, which is this script thing that gets into timer mode. It says like like done or something, and ends with a W or whatever. I thought, okay, I'll just get up right now. And then when I went to sleep properly, I wake up and it's 16:30. So wait a second. How much? First of all, why the hell are you still watching? And secondly, how long have I been gone for? Okay, 7 hours I've been streaming, but I've barely 1.5 to 2 hours of, let's say, programming, and the rest was just gaming. And then, of course, Doomsday. Oh, for 2 hours. Not. I thought it was like really bad. It's bad, but it's not that bad. The only thing I noticed was that the music wasn't looping over, which was a little weird. I usually always had that to loop. You came home from work. Well, I think I did what you were asking me to do. Is the audio is the I mean the volume audio and everything okay? Just let me know. I realized, yes, we don't need those variables. We just reset this. Inside reset, we do this, right? I had a dream, let's say, in my sleep, where I thought, well, we must look into the render pipeline and how that is treating these objects. Because when I did that main, when I was trying out something in main directly, which I now realize should have commented out instead of removing. Well, we still have it. Here, everything is working as intended because I have the draw function directly. So either 1 second or 2 second or 3 second. Right. I'm looking at the black dot, and the dot is fine. There was a screen projector which I turned off or something. It just helps keep track of things. Okay. Interval shared for all objects. That is what I was asking earlier. It's the confusion I have regarding how C works. This is a global variable, right? Now, what does that mean? What exactly does that mean? I don't know. I'm not talking about these ones, but here it's a global variable, right? So what does that really mean? I have some really good questions to ask. I haven't been to ChatGPT in a long time. It's a little, it's like taking a sip of, I don't know what, strong something, tequila or something, strong something, every once in a while. It's okay. There's nothing wrong in it. It's not a good idea. You don't want intervals. No, it's specific to just the animal file, but it's a global variable still, right? If you mean like it should be like each animal should own its own one, I agree with that. But I was just testing it out, and I'm confused regarding one aspect as to whether that variable, let's say something is global. So now I have 3 objects, right, which use the value. What happens then? Do all of them get a copy of their global variables, or is it one variable? Because I am starting to notice some weird behavior with the cow and the chicken, you know, where sometimes one behaves unlike the other, which is very persistent. Like, it is a thing we are noticing. Let's see. No, globals exist only once. There is exactly one animal texture, one count, one timer. Suppose you have animal. Yes, all use texture. Okay, float animation timer. All animals share. Yeah, but then again, if I have something like this, right? Don't judge. I have to ask it to not judge my code yet. Here I'm using random, what is it called? Random and interval. Here I'm using random value and interval as globals. All objects should follow the same logic then. Is that how it's supposed to work? That's what I was thinking, but then that's not what is happening. Yeah, well, yes, not directly like that. Yeah, I understand shared among all. Then explain this. Shared among, right? You say shared among, and hence my confusion. Now look at this. The cow and the chicken are the same. Are animal. Are the same thing essentially. And sometimes the chicken will take off, the cow will not. See? How do you explain that? Sometimes both of them take off. You cannot tell me that period after period after period interval keeps on going and one animal just chooses to remain idle. That is just impossible. How many cycles can you idle? Like right now, look at the chicken. There is something that is not right. And in my sleep, the only thing that came to my mind was the render pipeline and how we are handling things over here. Sorry. I need to set my phone to silent. In the render pipeline, animal, show me animal. Yeah, animal count. We add animal one by one and then we render. As simple as that. If it's player, we don't collide, we don't fade. But we have a better way to check it now. So I should object fadeable. Yeah. So I don't need animal check. Why do I need animal check? For collision? For cow, initial state is reset at beginning. So the cow run state change coroutine. For chicken, both interval and random value are already initiated by the cow. Really? I sort of understand what you're saying. Okay. Now we don't need is object animal for fade. Right. Okay. Let me just quickly change one thing. I think we can still walk over an animal without any problems. If I remove that, we may collide with object. We don't. Right. Okay. What happened? Pragma random shit. Yeah, because cow is drawn first. You are right. You're right in that aspect. Where do we do that? I think in base.c. Load animals. Yeah, we do a cow first, then a chicken. Right. What if I was to do another chicken at say 464? Will now two of the chickens share something? How is the black dot showing up? Chickens behave exactly the same. Could go at the end of things here. Same thing. Yeah, of course. Uh, so okay, that what I was thinking was not right, right? Because of course they share the same thing. It sees those same values and it does interval. Animal 3 adds another frame. So after one frame, your global timer has increased 10 times. That depends on the number of animals I have, because every... Why exactly? Oh, because in the loop, I move every animal one after the other. So every animal doesn't get one like, they add one uh loop. What is it? Iteration, basically. So by the time we get to animal 0 again, animal 1, 2, 3, and then get to animal 0 again, the global variables have moved too far, right? Yes, that's what I wanted to do, but I was just so I don't know, man. Like, it was just like you try to prove to yourself something, like, why the fuck is this not working? Like, what do I not understand? What am I not seeing that is so obvious? But now I realize it is partly because it was global variables, and that there was no like cheap way of getting it done first and then you clean up after yourself. That would explain all the jittering and stuff, I guess, from before. Independently. Okay, let's build that system up now. Yeah, this is studying, but earlier, as you may have seen, Anirudh was asking me to go and ChatGPT the solution. Now I could have really, but this is like I'm doing something wrong, and I need to understand what exactly. And I'm like, it is right in front of me, plain English, right? What is it that I'm getting wrong? I couldn't figure it out. That was like something I needed to do for myself, as if. But I had one more question that I was confused about. Actually, I'm not anymore. The global thing actually answers that. Okay, let's do that. Let's go into animal.h. Animal has, we don't touch these are animation information. Current frame, it goes into what? Movement logic, right? I'm just thinking where would be a good idea to bundle them. Yes, after direction. The compiler probably optimizes everything any which ways and will contiguously store the right kind of variables together. Let's just do int. There was a float value, float interval. Let's not call it interval. Float random interval, and I'm still openly saying this is probably not what I'll end up using just like 5 minutes later once I just figure it out, but it's worth giving it a try. Random value, because this is just some random stuff. We're not really doing anything with this. So let's set them to 0. Right, and I am far. Uh, I'm 10 levels below that junior developer. I can assure you that. I learn on the fly, and I can afford it. I can build the game every time, and see what I have done, and then rebuild from scratch if need be. But I can understand, like, a production environment, you don't really. I mean, you can, like, you have Git and GitHub now. But still, rebuilding an entire system requires significant amount of time. For me, it's just a second, maybe. Yes. If I remove these lines, the errors will show up automatically. Or I've covered all of them. So now each animal gets its own one, right? The animals have disappeared. One second each. Yeah, it's working. One second each. 1 second each. Yeah. So it was a global problem after all this time. I spent like 2 days, I think, trying to work this out. And I even worked a little bit today just to get back to my primitive code that I had written, and just modifying that to somewhat of understandable. But probably this is not what I'm going to use. But this works, right? We can make this a function, reset something. Yeah, but let's keep it like this right now, and give it. I'll make it random in a bit. I just need collisions to work on animals. Game object dot collidable true. Yeah, collidable true, but then show me cow. Init animal type is cow. Wait, animal dot type is cow. Game object dot type is object animal. Okay. Collider is this. So we don't tell it if it's collidable or not through this. So if I go up top and make it collidable, there is no function that checks for collisions. I think player ironically checks for collisions. It is also a 500 line file. I need to take some stuff out. Yes. If not active, continue. It made sense to me back then. Player was the only thing that I was concerned about. Global frame counter and use next event frame concept instead of incrementing interval for each game object. I do have it. It's like using alarms instead of timers to track events. Yeah, so like you check the next frame information. So I am using that for collision, I think here. I don't exactly know what that would look like with you know global variables like frame counters, as you say, but I'm using it in my somewhere here. I think either in move or somewhere. It was up until I made some changes, or here it is. Yeah, it's in move player where we check for collision, right? So we check if the next possible movement place, like where the player wants to go, is if it's possible to go. If it is, here only I can make a very small change and make the XY movement, smoother and axis aligned, I think. We check both of them and then we yeah, then we make this happen. Well, I can break it up, right? But we are using something like that where the next possible frame is being calculated before. But I like your analogy, using alarms instead of timers to track event. That is true. And should animals have something like this too then? You know? I mean, for now, I could just I just want animals to be colliding with each other, not each other, with let's do a function where we collide. Animate. After animate, yes, but I'm not understanding what will I do it for? Right now, you are right. Every animal has its own, current frame, which is just the representation of the state, not the state, the sprite rather. The cow has, I think, 2 sprites or something. 4. Cow has 4 sprites, right? So this just, yeah, we have two idling sprites and 2 moving. So depending on where we are, what we are doing, the frame value changes from 0 to 3, right? Okay, I can think about that later. Right now I'm concerned about getting the collisions. This takes A and B, so I just need, but I don't have a reference to world, right? This is where the dependencies start to freak me out, because player then must have walled somehow. Player needs to have walled, yeah, right. Which, to get animals onto the wall, you need walled. So animals have walled, right? They don't have walled. How have I made it where I just do animal, whereas for player my functions are some of no check collision is walled, only collision. Okay, can I name? I don't think I can name the exact same thing. Yeah, we need this actually. And collider. stdio has bool. I'm using bool here somewhere. Over animal.h must have bool. Remove at least one floating plus equals operation. For single thread game, you will see the difference on the scale of 10,000 objects, which is not as much as you think. Okay, so you want that one operation to happen only once instead of every time for every instance of an animal, right? I understand, and I keep it noted. I'm just gonna quickly get the collision thing done. I need walled here. And let's do, just for the time being, animal check collision. Yeah. Yeah, collider. I just pass in. Right. So world dot entities I dot game object dot collider. Let's say 0 dot game object dot collider comma collider. Yes, now I can write this as I. If there's errors, they don't autocomplete. Cannot type without looking at my keyboard. Is that right? Let me just screenshot your message for future so I don't forget. Check collision AABV we're doing for all walled objects. If not, like there will be if not checks, but is that what I'm doing for player? Really, that doesn't seem too efficient. Move. vault next collider. So vault is going over all, yeah, all stuff. If it is active, not active, continue, not collidable, continue. Otherwise, check. I have flipped the script over, but it doesn't. Does it matter? That doesn't matter. I just, what am I referencing from, right? I guess it makes sense in that sense. Otherwise, output should be exactly the same. Yeah, let's put those guardrails here. If we reach those cases where world entities I dot game object dot active, if not, then we continue. And if it is not fadeable, we also not fadeable, not collidable, we also continue. Otherwise, check collision. If check collision, for player, I thought we don't do anything here. That's also true. Movement is handled upstairs. Return true. So I'm not doing a return false statement here. What? Oh, I am. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Return false. Yeah, that completes everything. Now, we know when we collide with something. The thing is, this will enable collision with players as well. The player as well. Only one player. Right, so I have to be careful as to how I handle it. Let's do the dx/dy method, where I'm curious as to where I am defining these things. Vector 2 movement is defined every frame, and in dx/dy also every frame. That doesn't cause any conflicts. I can call the same exact thing. It doesn't really matter because it's scope specific. Movement, yeah, just movement equals dx dy. There will be no clash, I hope not, because this is inside a function, that to a static function. So we get, instead of this, we get dx plus and dx minus, right? And then we normalize for the diagonal movement. What do you do? Okay, if there is no movement, forget about it. That should be inside. No, if there's no movement, get out. You're done. Otherwise, normalize diagonal movement, which in this case won't happen. What? Why can you not do this? Okay, I'm not too bothered about this. Right now, I will need next collider to be that collider. X and Y, we can just set up animal dot game object dot collider and movement X, next collider dot X, next collider dot X is equal to movement dot X multiplied by animal speed. Is that right? Movement dot X multiplied by speed, yes. And then we check collision. If not check collision, then we pass it in, basically. Okay, there's a neat way of tuck. Yeah, just align stuff. Yes. If not check annual check collision, next collider, vault isn't a part of this. I'm taking in vault. No, I'm not. I am. Just for this one thing. Do I need to define this here up at the top at all? I doubt it. How is world undefined? And world? No, we're getting a pointer. Oh. Then I fucked up. Sorry. I put it in the wrong place. If not animal, check collision, world and next collider. Animal dot game object dot dest right dot X plus equal to movement into speed. Oh, we calculated the where we would be from the last place. Now we just do plus equal to movement dot X into animal dot speed. We actually, so we perform the calculation twice. Animal dot game object dot collider equals next collider. Right. If not, check collision. I don't know why I need to. Yeah, what happened? Used but never defined. Animal. That is. Animal H. Are we good? I'm hitting a cross. Wall.h needs animal.h. Okay. We have a problem. Why do you need that? Because of this. An animal. Why do you need that? Because of this. Move animal is static, right? Update animal is not. Okay. Isn't there a way I can, like, I don't do it here. This is a classic conundrum. I don't know how to fix this now. We have this is world needs animal. Right. Animals cannot need world, not an H file at least. Do you need to know? Do you really need to know something? Just know that there exists something like this. Just know there exists something. No. I guess. Can you do that? We have a bit of a problem. How do I fix cross dependency? I've never really thought about it before. Neither header can finish parsing because yeah. Looking at your headers, animal only needs world in one function and pointer to the world. So what do I do? Will it run? I tried that, right? No, but I tried it in the wrong way. Animal.h needs world. We don't give it world. Can you not one-shot that? Struct world. Is it not possible to do this? A struct world. Type def world. Yes, it knows, but whatever I'm doing in C, in the .c file, that is throwing me errors, right? Because it expects to know certain aspects which it doesn't. Oh. Yeah, that still doesn't solve my issues, does it? Oh, right. Because it just knows it exists, right? But it doesn't, when I'm doing the operations, it doesn't know then. What happened? Oh, wow, really? You can get away with a lot of stuff. But just type defing. It tells the compiler there is something. Don't worry. Yes, let me just clean things up. Okay, animal.h does not have world because of this. So you're saying I don't need that in world.h either? I can just uh how do you know I'm gonna name it world? Right. Now could you show me uh If you name it, you cannot write that like that. Okay. Move animal is currently doing two things, right? We can simplify that. Are you winning, son? I was up until now. Now I've got a problem in front of me. I just fixed a cross dependency problem by cheating my way out of it, really. So this was needing wall.h and wall.h was needing animal.h. I just do struct walled and then type def it to call it walled and then pass it on. It just compiles because it knows that walled exists, and then in the C file I pass in the actual header where it sees what a walled file looks like or what a walled struct looks like. I cannot set them to 0. If I get rid of this, then definition versus implementation thing. Yeah, I think I knew about that, but I hadn't faced a proper issue where I needed to mitigate that. This was a good example. And yeah, like 2 files just for one function. Animal manager also depends. Animal is just as one function needs walled. I was copying the contents of entire wall.h on top because of that, and walled needed just animal manager, just one, instance. So I'm just doing this now. This is a much better approach in my opinion. I think after compilation, the file size, your program size is also a little less than, if that's how it works. We're not duplicating code unnecessarily. This can be, I'm thinking, an internal something. So move x, move y, Move Y. Uh, Move Y could be a garbage value. The thing is, with player, I was getting input from somewhere. Here we are not getting anything. So it starts at 0. But then what is wrong with that? Eventually it becomes something. Every time I touch animal.h, I gotta make clean. You can define vault in any of your header any amount of time and use vault pointer just fine. Yes, that's what I've learned. And going forward I will do that some other places as well. Why is base.c breaking? No, everything should be fine. 126. This what happened? No. Entities. Okay, we need it here. Okay, this is another place where we can, but it should compile. What happened? Yes, spawn cow. How do you not know what spawn cow is? Oh, is it animals? Something I was doing, I mistakenly did that. Remove this line also. Oh! 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 They are taking off. They are taking off. Because I'm multiplying with 0. Yes. Isn't for player also, isn't it defaulting to 0? Move x, move y, 0. If I don't press anything, then it's 0. I'm multiplying with it. You gotta be careful. Plus, plus. Right. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, but there was ball.h included there. I just like deleted that while removing some other things. Why are you guys taking off? I don't understand. It's like a racing game. What is it called? Acme versus Coyote. Coyote. I don't know how that's pronounced. FPS is 60. It is something like a zero multiplication or something. I don't know. But that should give zero, not infinity. Uh, I keep. It's a very confusing kind of day today. I don't understand anything as if. So this is initially 0. Right. But I'm not specifying that. So it could be garbage values. Right. No, they take off. They take off. They're all 0 initialized. So speed is never set, is it? That is impossible. Because we were using speed before also. Show me cow. Speed is 2. 2. 2. So we have a speed value. It is 60 frames per second. Did you mean animation? Animation, I don't know. It's 10 point. It's 0.6 f. Why speed is int? You're asking questions that make my brain hurt. Okay. Actually, good question. Why speed is an int? Because speed is like how many pixels to move, right? Per frame, I guess. 120 pixels per second. It is 2 pixels per frame call, right? Player speed is I think 3, and it's int. When I'm multiplying with some value that is becoming too huge, so could you printf animal speed, not animal speed, give me move, or rather move x. Is it an int? Am I doing anything stupid? No, these are all int values. So percentage %d. Right. When the collider calculation is happening, give me that there only. Or give it to me here. MoveX. What are we doing with MoveX? They were 0, 0, 0 up until a point, and the time came. I cannot pause it somehow. Frames per pixel. Yeah, the two works. Let me show you for animal only. Animate animal. Yeah. So we take care of animal frame time, and we just see if it's over the animal interval duration, which is 0.6 seconds. If it is, then you go to the next frame, and then you reset the animation timer to whatever it was before that. So then you can start again, right? Which this number, you can now argue, could end up becoming huge over time because this builds up, right? And I don't really know. Yeah, because plus get frame time, does it get to reset? I don't know. Animation, yeah, but I'm talking about movement. Yes. So you were mentioning the speed variable, I'm just giving you an example of how in one place where we use something similar, but for speed, is it not recommended to use integer values? Because that's what I'm used to. Like some of the stuff I come from Python or just plain C raylib, where I have not really had any problems with integer speed variables so far. But I'm just minusing. I'm not doing actually. You know what? Let's take a look at what player is doing. That's a good reference point. So if no movement requested, you return. If greater than, you just set things here. And you are essentially doing plus equal to movement into player speed. Right. And then collider is next collider. But movement X has a value. Also, not that it makes that huge a difference. You wanna do it after that. Now everybody stop moving all together. Oh, because the y is 0. I don't really know. Like, this is not necessary for now. For just X movement. Shouldn't these correspond to somehow destination? For player, we initialize to 0 and we minus minus, but we apply it to the let me just control KW, right? There's too many files open. Show me animals and show me player. There has to be some place where hmm, okay. Mm, this is BS. The thing is, you cannot have .3D printers beforehand. Gay dev. I'm very confused today. So those are 0, those update, those never get reset. So once you're done moving, animal dot move x equals 0, move y equals 0. Now that y has been changed. So if I reset them, that cannot be done like this. It needs to reset after a movement is done. So we have moved, but immediately we are resetting. There needs to be a better way to do this. I will take one last look at this before after I come back from the washroom. I guess I'll just let this stay, or I could do a 3-minute break screen. Yeah, BRB. Don't move, hold on. Reset movement on enter. Yes. You're saying don't move minus minus because it is... So essentially just the direction. Like this. Also, is this valid syntax +1? It is. It is valid syntax. Microphone is on, right? Is this... We are multiplying by that. So direction, yes, that seems to be right actually. The player one was using magnitude also. And that's because we were getting the magnitude, right? Here we don't get the magnitude. I'm telling you, it is the resetting that needs to be done. Because if we don't do this, I am multiplying that with speed, right? Zero x is binary, right? This is octal, you're telling? You're right. I'm a bit... See, then the point I'm trying to follow my own footsteps, and I don't remember. Player.c was added, like these changes I made way back when, right? And perhaps polished them over a couple of times as well. I guess I should just forget about everything I've done before. Oh, 0b. 0x is not binary? I'm pretty sure 0x. Or like if I type some number. Hexadecimal. 0x is hexadecimal, sorry. Yeah. Let us forget this. Right? If I just think in terms of what I have at hand, we have a movex. Show me animals.h. Why do I need a move X right now? I don't know. So we will not use a move X. This was essentially animal.gameObject.test. You don't want to directly modify this, I understand. Minus equal to that speed. This was the case before. So, but I'll just do it and we can build from here. I was looking at my player variable or player script rather and trying to get something out of that. That uses a different mechanism because you have input and every input gives you the move X, move Y values updated. So you have some magnitude as well for how long it's been pressed down and whatnot. But still something resets it. It is what I'm not understanding. Anyways, vector 2 movement, let's not use that for now. Let's not use this. We can comment these out. Next collider is, instead of this movement.x, okay, here we go. Next collider dot x. It is essentially destination dot x. Is that not? So animal dot game dot test dot x right into animal speed, or maybe that's not the case. No, that'll give you some big value. You don't want that. Movement.x was like mostly directional, right? I just want to analyze my player.c, dude. We are doing next collider plus equals collisions wasn't okay. That's one thing. Movement.x, right? Nothing resets it. It just comes from here, move x, move y, which we get into dx, dy. Which if it's 0, then we return. Yes, that I understand. I'm not using that at the moment. Okay, we will separate the concerns, right? Move x, move y, and I will well, let's not separate yet. Let's work with what we have here. So edit. Hold on a second. I'll do minus and I'll do plus, and but then nothing is resetting it, right? But there was this little one little thing which was preventing from like, you know, colliders from taking place, perhaps. Everybody went the other way. Please, cow needs to go left. Yes, colliders are working. That part, one thing at a time. We fixed colliders. Now, okay, if colliders are working, let's just pretend everything else is working, so I can just break things down into more into reusable chunks. Random interval, random value just resets. Right, this thing reset move values, let's just call it like this, right? So reset move values we can just do here. Animal, and then what do you have? You have pointer, so animal directly, right? Now this statement initialize, should this go inside that? This can be static, I guess. Animal move state. Helpers. Right. Now movement is your directional vector, yes. Move x and move y. But the move x and move y variables this ensures it only happens after a set time. Or I guess if this happens, then reset. Isn't that more sense making? You tell me. This is a question. This is a good question. Right. Should I have the if statement inside this? Because what is it really doing? It is resetting based on a condition. So I should just move the condition up there. And if this condition is true, then you reset, which is just do this. Right, that is, I guess, more sense making. It needs to minus and set to something. Reset move values, right? We will just take this. Out of this. And if, or let me try the fancy way. Yes. Reset move values. This is fine for now. Show me cow. It's becoming integer, which is 0 again. Point whatever that is, 2 is still becoming 0. We can float it out. What are these pesky errors? Right, and I don't think I'm doing anything other than that with that. But the speed is still not constant. It is increasing, ever increasing. Chicken have springboarded out of the screen. Okay, I've done enough, right? I've done enough. I've tried to make sense of things. Once a day, it's okay to go to ChatGPT. How does what is it? UK Prime Minister, England Prime Minister, I don't know. ChatGPT. AI. I love AI and how I can use ChatGPT for my projects. ChatGPT. 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 I just love ChatGPT.
I love AI.
AI.
Let's use ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT. I love
ChatGPT.
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 ChatGPT is fantastic.
AI.
ChatGPT.
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 AI. Do you use AI?
AI.
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT. I love ChatGPT.
ChatGPT. ChatGPT.
ChatGPT is fantastic.
ChatGPT is fantastic.
ChatGPT.
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 I love ChatGPT. ChatGPT is fantastic. ChatGPT.
ChatGPT. I love ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
I love AI.
AI.
Use AI.
AI.
Use ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
Do you love ChatGPT?
ChatGPT.
I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic.
ChatGPT.
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 I love AI. I love AI. Do you use AI?
ChatGPT.
Use ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
Do you love ChatGPT? I love
ChatGPT. ChatGPT. I love ChatGPT.
Is fantastic.
It's fantastic. ChatGPT.
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 What do you use? What do you use? Well, I'm writing various books, and but I just use it. I just ask questions. You know that the answer, but ChatGPT always says, "Oh,
ChatGPT.
your questions are clever. You're brilliant. You're excellent. You have such insight." And I love it. I love AI. Do you use AI? Absolutely. Do you use ChatGPT?
ChatGPT. Same, brother. Same. I also, it says you're excellent, you're insightful, or you try and ask intelligent questions and all of that. ChatGPT, AI. ChatGPT and AI. I just love it. Let's just do animal.c. I'm having difficulty implementing the movement, wandering movement logic. Method all together isn't the best idea, as cow as animals may go outside bound screen, whatever it is, but help me get this right first, then I'll use some other method. Accumulates every frame. Yes. Where do I reset it? Frame 1. I know. Animal accelerates forever. Current direction. So it's what you were saying earlier, right? +1, -1. Yeah, that was just for testing purposes. Is timer finished? Choose state. Convert. That's what we are doing. Oh, instead of doing that, I'd make it timer running. Timer finished. Yes. Choose. Okay. Insightful indeed. ChatGPT. So you're saying you don't even want this, but we are randomizing it, right? If I were to keep it for now, so it is true that value, when you're holding down W or X, you get that. I don't still understand how my player was able to do that then, because I'm not resetting that, so it should just okay, but then I'm normalizing it, right? here, whereas it is true. I don't, when if I'm multiplying that with that, multiplying it with the speed, perhaps this can just be my direction. So if I go into reset, or yeah, this can just be +1 or equals to 1, and then this is equals -1, right? This, I'm resetting it to 0 every, I don't think that's a problem then. How is cow speed still intact? Or did I not change it? Yeah, int speed. And why the hell does this thing cause problems? I don't know. And take me down here to cow 2. Ah, fudge. Arey. Yes. Yeah. Cow collides. You collide. Chicken was overshooting so much that the collision was off the rails. Like it was going past the collider in an instant. Now chicken is colliding. On the right, the chicken can go outside. So can the cow. But they look decent. So move X, move Y. I'm just challenging or questioning my own things, right? Could you also printf? Player move X %D. Player move X %D. Could you just do this and that? Yes, so this is that, but I'm doing minus minus, aren't I? And no normalize up until yet. I need to understand, is key down and then 0. Oh, it is reset every frame. Okay, so I just only for one frame, whatever is down, you go there, you move out of it, and then you, after this, immediately you update or you handle the movement logic, and then you again come here. So every frame, this was being reset every frame. Yeah, that's what the confusion was. Maybe that's one of the last things I did. Otherwise, I would know if I had implemented that properly. Line 156. Yes, but I didn't really see this. I was so focused on, I didn't even scroll up until here. I was just looking at this. I was saying this is giving me some value, some constant value, like I know that you know, S is being held down or something. Whereas if you think about it, if that was the case, then the player speed would be increasing over time, the longer you hold down a key, which is not what we want. So we have to reset it somewhere, and I was looking for that in the wrong places. where it is already being modified or up, like, stored into some other variables, whereas I had to just scroll up a little bit more to see the resetting happening. Right. So ChatGPT says that I should not even have this. I can just, it's just 2 lines. Right. Wherever I'm resetting this, I can just do another line. I am actually doing another line. What did it suggest then? Eliminate animal move state completely. When choosing a new action, animal state is choosing a new action, I'd set animal move state. Animal state is that, animal direction is this. Yes, so where am I using this? What? Movement is simply moving left x minus speed, right x plus speed. Yes, move x variable is for the normalize, for diagonal movement, right? Oh, you really meant gay dev. I thought you meant game dev, but in a funny way. Good luck. I don't know what it is you're going to be printing out. Good luck is all I can say. How much did your 3D printer cost you? I think printer wise it's still affordable because it's a one-time investment. The filament you gotta buy every now and then, especially if you want specific colors and whatnot, is expensive. And there's like different kinds of the the filament you can get. The cup is filling. The cup is, what is it? Spilling over almost. Lovely. I am very, very shell shocked as to why I've been missing the most common of things so far. But yeah, the thing, if I'm doing this here, I already know what direction, but this is essentially what is also moving, also like setting up movements. This is not a correct function name in that regard. You're saying I don't need the state, right? I need the state. I need this. If I need this, if I end up needing this, right? Okay, we just need to like rename and better structure this out. Set animal move state. CC1 was $400. Snapmaker UI is almost 800. You have like 2 things, 2 printers. My god. Can you print PCBs on that thing or no? Like imagine you just print out the board itself, like a small credit card like structure, and then I doubt this will work, but is there not something called magnetic pens or something where you can just draw like metallic ink? So imagine just drawing lines with that. If it's a simple enough PCB and you just put enough gaps between everything, can you not make your own PCB? Depending on what the metallic ink is, heat generation and all of that, if you can control it, it'll be of course for microcontroller stuff, so it's very minimal. My god, you are rich. You are rich. $2,500. $2,500 is this much. $1,08,000. I already know the answer. Okay, maybe I don't know, 70,000. So 60,000 is 2.4. If it was 2.4, right? $2.38 lakh. So this is equivalent to my entire graduation course fees, from admission to all semester fees added up. That is how much you have spent on like filaments, and you don't even have any idea after that. You only counted up until $2,500. Ridiculous. You could have sponsored an entire kid's education here in India with that kind of money. How can we simplify this? One way is move animal, right? Because, or not move animal, move X. So direction, set animal direction, right? What am I doing after this? Nothing. This is the last one, but our movement is done here. Okay. So more like set animal move X. This is very temporary, right? But once I have the whole picture in my head, it'll be easier to do, right? So we can call it that, because that is exactly what this is doing. Could be a switch statement if it's just easier to debug, so we stick with that for now. And this is what is set move X. I could just return move X. Or just return -1. Move X is this return move X. Move X, right? Redundant, but we return move X. Right, switch case would have shined here. Move X is what? Integer. Int. And with switch case you can do a default thing as well, which I guess here would be return 0. Fallback, right? Really, this should be a switch case. Now I'm thinking about it. Let me just quickly structure this out properly. Then what I can do is move X. So it's more like get move X, right? Is it a good idea to do this like this? Get animal move X. Really, it's not set. Where is it? Yeah. What the hell am I pushing randomly for instead of void function to this? Right. I don't know. Helper functions are best if they can be void, right? If you don't need anything, like it's static, it's gonna be static. So yeah, no need to do return statements on this. Static void set animal movex, right? Set animal move x. Everything all right? Nothing is breaking. PCB are not possible in the near future. Plastic is too resistive. Even 50% copper have at least 100 kilo ohm per meter, and the price is just stupid. And putting metal on FDW is impossible for now. Okay, I see. So you can like you can like make shells for things at least. Like I have this what is it called? ESP32 gaming console. Yeah, basically stuff like this. This is my thing, by the way. I made this. Don't copyright me, please. My own video. Shorts doesn't mind copyright things. So yeah, this is on a breadboard right now. I removed music, by the way. I was the inspiration was like an old Nokia phone, so I was like gonna make a proper OS kind of an implementation where you would have you do have a home screen now, but I wanted like music, and you can you could like as far as you could go without a keyboard. Like you cannot type out text messages or text something like that, but you can like see things, read stuff, whatever is present. You can like play music on this, you know. And you have the customary dog hair. I don't know if you can see that. Everywhere we have dog hair in all our stuff. The you know cup of tea I have, there's no guarantee there's no dog hair in this. So if you come to visit us, you know, prepare accordingly. But yeah, this little device. Do I have Dino on at this point? No, I don't. I got Dino on this later. I should go to my channel and shorts rather than this. Yeah, a case like this, right? Or even a smaller one. Even a much smaller case, like I don't know which one. Imagine a touch screen device. You tap on that thing. For Dino, it's fine, right? Yeah, I think this one. Please don't start playing. Yeah, this is Sapphire by Ed Sheeran. Don't want to copyright my own self. None of these have Dino. Are you serious with me? Yeah, something like this. I like this like design because I only have one button. It is a 5D button. I only have one button. So if I could have a 3D case like this, I'm looking for somewhere nearby to get one printed out. So it just becomes like I can plug it via USB, you know, and still push my changes to it. But it can run on battery. Then 3.7 volts. Two 3.7 volt batteries. We'll need some kind of a resistor in between and stuff. But yeah, I don't show Dino here, really. I should do an updated video then for Dino. I doubt that, dude. Do I really don't have Dino? View your channel. Or did we start with Dino and I forgot? What is this behavior? What video are you opening? Give me this one. Oh, speaker. I have a speaker. I don't plug it in anymore. Been a long time. I have a buzzer module. I did make a video doing Dino. Really? That is strange. That is strange. But I have Dino. I have even Space Wars. I don't want to open up the file and load everything again. But yeah, I should do an updated video for that. But I would be happy to look for a case nearby. I don't like too many buttons, so I just wanted it to be one button, one 5D button, and whatever games you could play on that. Yeah, something simple, just one button. Imagine this thing, but just one button, right? Which you can move up and down. I don't have it nearby, but yeah, that's that. And there will be like an opening, cut, like a cut out area like this for the speaker module to split out the audio. That's it. There will be one place for USB input, and in the back battery holding place. That's really it. Yeah, you mentioned 3D printer. I just gave you all my personal information. I like the brakes to align with this. Or is it a bad idea? Just Control Alt F, Alt K. How do you do that? Control Alt, Shift Alt F. Shift Alt F will not prefer that. Yeah, I like it better when this is aligned, I guess. I don't know. It's like, one of those like start and end, like bracket opening and closing, right? It just looks better to me. Also, what else did the Shift Alt F change? Nothing, right? Because I don't like my things to be messed with like that. No, the game has to be like that as well, right? You cannot expect it to run Doom or whatever, right? 3D, or even if it's, I say Doom because you can run it in one color, monochrome, but the games have to be like that, Snake Pong, very slow, like 10 FPS or something, even less than that kind of stuff, right? 3090 just to split on local LLMs every now and then. There was times when I had to live on $40 a month in a foreign city, not the best experience. Ah, what is it that they say? You earn your good times, right? You earn your sunsets. Not saying that, just because you make money, life is easy now, but still, it's a little easier, at least we can say. Yeah, but if the screen is small, I think my screen was 1.4 inch, so if you play games like that, it is fine. For Dino, Pong, which are like highly responsive games, Snake is whereas a very slowish game kind of, or you intentionally want it to be slow, then that is fine, right? But if you want like a Doom experience, your eyes will to like zone in and zone out. You'll feel the difference in your eyes, I guess. But yeah, I also have a 2.4, 2.8, I don't know, inch TFT, which is an LCD display. So it is a color LCD display. I think close to 480p in pixels. So I can do like video playing, and it's like a mini phone screen, like a phone from the early 2000s, like that. I don't know what we can do with that, but image viewing and all of that stuff, you can do some fun stuff with that. As a matter of fact, I could actually try and get my games to run on that ESP32 with raylib. With raylib, can you? All my integers need to be in 16 int t, maybe if possible, and maybe some booleans. We can do mask. We can make bit masks combining 2-3 boolean values, and it'll be interesting actually, because raylib claims it's not that heavy. If I can just make one game and okay, the assets, because the memory of the what is it, the flash memory isn't that good, but still 256 kilobytes, even if that is 4 MB is you can store 4 MB, right? In memory it is like 256 KB or something, I think. But there you got to be careful with loading textures and stuff, right? And there is no GPU, so it'll be weird. I don't think you can directly work with raylib the way I do here without heavily modifying my code and a lot of if guards here and there. If defined this, then a lot of things changed. If defined computer, then a lot of things change. I wouldn't want that. Anyways, just an idea. I used to try this I forgot the name of it. This launches immediately. DeepSeek R1, 14 billion, because my RAM is 32 bits, 32 GB, and 6 gigabytes of, what is it called, VRAM. I could have gone more parameters, no? I don't know why I chose this. I just stuck with this. I don't use it at all really, but I have it. Let's do default to be animal.movex equals 1, just to give it something, or idle. Yeah, we can idle, right? See how clean this looks? I guess I'm the one who's, yeah, too many spaces. Yeah, we default to this. This could also be a switch. I don't mind a combination, but I think it's much better for the memory so you can run NES emulator easily. Yes, but it's all CPU bound, right? So what I'm saying is certain I'm not saying it can't run. I'm saying with the way raylib works is when you say load texture, that is loading into your GPU, right? You just load an image, otherwise the function is called if you want it to be on the CPU, right? So there's certain fundamental changes which I don't know how with like running it on the ESP32 will work out, but yeah, you can run very powerful. You can play Doom if you have, I guess at maximum a 480p display, monochrome, that is. Color, I don't know what will happen, but monochrome display, 480p ish, you can still run Doom. Maybe not the exact Doom, but a modified version for the ESP32. Switch animal state. Right. Case animal moving. Da-da-da. Case animal idle. Move animal dot move x equals 0. Break. Right, and then for this case animal moving, break. Is this right syntactically? This is why I think it is. Yeah, you keep moving my break statements here. Break statements can be here. Right. Switch animal state. I hate how this is, but that is what the formatting does by default. Nothing should change. I start with ifs because it's easier to debug and understand for me personally. You go left, please collide. Yes, perfect. So we have done this. Is everything reset move values? Yes. And this can finally be get random value. Could be 0 seconds, could be 3 seconds. Let's do 2, so everything stays on screen for now. Now I'm just thinking, is there any way we set reset in this function we set random to be 0, right? Now we can remove this entirely then if I just drag the son of a bitch out of here. And why is there some space? And I just random value 0, or we don't even set it to 0, we just set another new value, right? Quen 3635. Maybe the Quen was what I was using. I don't remember what I was using. No, I was not. I was using DeepSeek. I don't remember. Something that has like 27 billion parameters, if I remember. That is what I was using. This is just something that I downloaded after that, probably. The DeepSeek one. Llama.cpp, not OLlama. It's 10% speed just from the start and with Unisloth. Checkpoints and 33% tokens per second. R116B is a garbage. I was using something that had 27 billion parameters. My laptop, I was actively using it on my laptop, which actually has no proper GPU, just iGPU, but it's got an i9 Ultra 9, so I think it makes up for it. I don't know about, like, tokenizing takes time, but reply is generally around 30-35 seconds, faster on the computer compared to the laptop. But tokenizing takes a lot more time there. Not a lot more time, but substantially more time, especially if it's a file I'm uploading or a large, question like in what is it, prompt. Let me go ahead and take a look at these ones. Reset move values. This is a specific, but then again, it's in the animal.c file only. Reset move x, reset all movement related values. So AI movement related values, set move x value based on direction, based on state and direction. This check animal population with walled object, with walled entities. We are calling it entities now, right? And animal.h, what have we done? Nothing really. This. So before I put this on GitHub, I'm thinking walled player animal manager render.c needs all of them. Is that a good idea to go ahead and replace all my instances where I find I can just type def this shit out and get away with that instead of copying, because it'll eventually be copied anyways, if not here then in render.c, right? I'm guessing only when there's cross dependencies or when there's like certain things where it doesn't really make sense at all, there we can do something like that. In this like general case, I do need all of these in my function def. If I expand this to something else, we perhaps will need those here as well, right? We the like elements from these. So let's let that stay here. X engine, I don't see why we need here, right? X engine could be in render.c. Yeah, X game object. Is there anything like that? No, there isn't. So X engine could be here, which is just my way of saying I like raylib stuff, but I want to name it with the prefix X. And there's just game object and stuff, which was initially generic, but I opted to make it game specific. Otherwise, these would be in like a different struct, and game object would be completely a generic structure. And I'm just the common ones, I'm just making it X, so it sounds like a big deal. But I have one thing inside of it. I don't use raylibs, which is the same thing. They use AABB collision as well, but I've written down my own implementation of it, which is perhaps exactly the same thing, nothing different. Yes, that is a good idea actually. I have a lot of magic numbers floating around, and I have been just like telling myself, okay, one day we will fix them, because it's a boring, tedious task, right? That is a good idea actually, because I have to find that variable otherwise and change it. So inside of animals can own their own stuff, or could that be like one? No, each animal should not have individual, can it? So I can like make chickens. Maybe chickens behave a little differently. They only move around in short bursts, right? It'd be fun. It would be fun if I do it like that. Let's try that. Let's go to animal type. Yeah, because then each of them will have its own interpretation. That'll be so cool, dude. Thank you so much for your suggestion, brother. That'll be so cool if that works out as I'm thinking it will. You have random value, random interval, and let's say what do I want to call it? Move timer. Move timer. Move timer, right? Or state timer, because you can idle as well. State timer. Names, of course, definitely you can work on throughout the rest of your life, but you just need to implement it. No, first of all, we will do it here. Random value state animal dot state timer, and then let's go to here. Cow speed is 2. Let's do it here. Animal dot, why do you do the extra tab? Animal dot state timer is 3. Right? Cows can do long bursts, whereas let's say chicken, cow, pig, chicken. Let's let chickens go around in bursts. So 1 second. That'll be interesting. And I've broken something. Not that it matters, but what did I break? What is happening with chicken? Animal state timer is 1. Right. And we are random value, get random values from 0 to state timer, which is 2 or 1. Either 0 or 1. Right. Boring, but searching for this stupid place. You forgot to replace a constant. Yeah, it is. Does that not work as I think it works? Why random value? Random interval. No, there is. I'm already using random interval. These are just names I thought of while I was working with the global variables earlier on. So this is perhaps like random state timer or something. This timer max value. Yeah, that is a better name. State. It is better understood when written below than int float int. State timer max. Right. And random state timer Random interval. Ooh. What does random interval really do? What does random interval really do? Hmm. So this perhaps this thing can be somewhere else also, instead of being here at the end or at the top, I think. But anyways, random state interval. Fair enough. Right. Just makes better sense now. What have I done? Random value, random interval. What have I broken? What am I calling it? State timer max. State timer max. Random state timer. That is... I am also confused now. What is what? State timer, we are using get a value. Okay. What happened? Random value, random interval, and what was this one? State timer. State timer can be state timer max, right? That is understandable enough. Yes. Now, random interval, random state interval, random interval. Do I change these? Okay, random value needs to go first. Random state timer, and we extensively commented out. Something like this, random state timer. So wherever there is an error, you put this. The chicken really don't obey, do they? The chicken doesn't just move for 1 second only. It is between 0 and that value. I don't know. But it's standardized, at least. Everything is standardized to the best of my knowledge. We will need this once there is y in the mix as well. But x, just adding x, just, you know, broke my ass today. Just one. Why? What did we change here? We are using these, so no need to do that. I'm just spawning another chicken. Okay. Render.c perhaps. What did I do here? Walled. I removed walled. These can be, of course, done better. Random interval. Random duration. I think random of the state, let's just call it that. I think it is safe that we can remove this now. Main.c becomes unmodified. Oh no, I've get added already. Let's try make clean and make one last time. Chicken should really be doing it for 1 second, but it's not. And they are not colliding with each other, right? Just wanted to make that clear. Because chicken is not a walled object. Now the cow is behaving, but it's all randomized. Okay, so God knows what random is really. Or should we even consider using seeds for random stuff? Git add dot git commit m added AI added x axis AI wandering movement implementation minor comments added across file. Yeah, I'll finalize this. I'll add the Y stuff later and then we will push it to main. And again, the ironic part is I'm probably not going to even use this exact logic in my animals. I'm just gonna have like a rectangle, but the idea still remains the same. You just do that within a rectangle, right? Maybe the time frame point just goes away. So within a rectangle, you pick a spot, you go there. There's no time element anymore. Yeah. So that cows stay, because it's a fixed map. It's not like a Minecraft world where you just keep going anywhere you want, right? So we can do that instead of what I'm doing right now, which is not bad. I guess it's time for a Twitter video. I love making the Twitter videos. Yeah. Yeah, cow just does not listen. Cow is said to be 3, right? It is an integer variable, 3. 3 seconds is that long, and for chicken it is 1. Which is not the case, of course. For some reason it's not random. 0 to 1. 1 straight timer max. If you're supposed to give me 0 to 1, you give me 0 or give me 1. I don't know, we'll look into that. There's a little bit of a bug apparently here. Which we can perhaps put here. In today is 2030. Animal assets improvement. I don't know what that means. Collision functions, yes, but with right. Animal wandering AI x-axis implementation time based. Done. Right. Now animal wandering AI y-axis. This needs to be done. Right. And then there was this one more thing, buggy timer issues. Buggy timer issues. Timer not consistent with results, I guess. Yeah, and let's not do that. Hello bhai, I am back again. Hello, back again. Kaisa, kya hal chal, back again. Let us see. The idle interval versus move the when you're moving, your animation interval speed should change, because you're now moving way too slowly. Your hands and feet are moving way too slow. Hands and feet. Cows only have feet. Can I eat chicken now or no? You don't do. Attacking does nothing to animals. You don't hurt animals in this game, dude. We'll have carrot and wheat to be harvestable later on. I just want to make a quick video for Twitter really quickly. For that I will have to mute my audio completely, because I'm going to play I love this music. Gangster Paradise. Might as well, if it's in the screen, okay, I'll just drag it outside so that it's here, so you don't see the video even. I don't want any kind of copyright problems. Am I mute? For real? Yes, I am. Okay. 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 No. No. What am I doing? Open this. Open the game, rather. Or don't open the game. The animals run away too fast. Oh. Perfect. Thank you for bearing with me while I had everything on mute. Fuck. Why is this a group? Oops, illusion, maybe illusion, I guess. don't say that, dude. Don't lie to me. Japanese cheat sheet. There's a very fine line between these two emojis. You gotta be careful. What? Yes. Animals are wandering, free will or simulation. Let's do something to catch people. Warning, warning. I love this warning emoji. First I meet someone who will be ashamed of his nickname. Why? Why? I can see this is not remotely impressive to me. I am a little proud of myself, but it's not impressive in the true sense. But I can imagine like any of my college peers just coming across my stuff and going, "Wow, what have you done?" When in reality, really 6 hours trying to just write one function, one move animal function. It took me 6 hours to write, and I fell asleep. The best part is I fell asleep. I woke up and still feeling drowsy, and I just got it done. Twitter is great. I gained like not 100, maybe like 60, 70 followers. I had less than 100 followers, and about a month ago I started like posting my Uprise project updates and stuff, and my god, I gained all of my 67 plus followers in that frame of time. Like somewhere. And people help out as well. People reach out with help and a lot of stuff, which is great. Like this something I posted. This was way back when. Yeah, when you go behind something, it would fade the object in front. And there was a render order as well. Yeah, this is before that was the case. No. I was trying it out, but it was not consistently working all the time. I'm trying to find the post which exactly got me. Yeah, here we go. This is my Space Wars implementation. Without bullet, I added bullet later, I think. But in this video, there's no bullet. Yeah, this is when I was like on the other project. Commenting around and stuff. I just don't want to play audio. Yeah, this is Dino. Now that I think about it, I wonder if Dino should be like just the outline. There's no back implementation. I was going to do a stack based one, so I just procrastinated instead of doing a quick fix one. Then when I'm going to start doing the stack based approach, I will just make it perfect. Yeah, 3 games and Space Wars was added later. So I guess this is the post. This is my first one. Just a random day, I just decide to share this with people. Need to work on access separate movement and this that. And then guess what? 4.9k people see this. So many people like it. People repost it for whatever reason. And I start posting, you know, more updates. And, you know, I get the reactions that make me want to post more. Really. Similar to Stardew Valley. Yes, the asset, if you're interested in the asset so much, you should definitely be able to check it out. HIO, it's called Cute Uprise or Cute Fantasy. It's a very popular one, this one, yeah. If you buy the paid version, you get watering cans in it, which I might consider doing actually, now that I think about it. Why do I need to make my assets myself? I'm using something, I may as well just thank the person by purchasing the actual one. I don't have remotely as many things, but I can take inspiration from this in terms of world building. Yes, I can. I just need to make the camera follow the player instead of sticking map wise. I don't have these animations. I only have a few. Passing clouds, fishing. This has a complete set. Yeah, my chicken only does. I have only one kind of chicken, and only it's only idle and walking. It's not eating or anything like that. I have static water. Okay, so if you pay, you get a lot of things. How much do you pay? My god, you can make Stardew Valley really. Yeah, my map building skills can use a lot of work. What does this mean? Name your own price is the free version is something else. Free, right. And then Cute Fantasy Zip. This is 3.4. Player A sprite files. Old sprites. I guess this is the one you want. I have this one. 53 kilobytes. If you get this one, this is the one you want. I can try this some other day. Right. My god, I'm surprised. I've only ever seen the free version really. Grass is animated. God damn, this would be amazing. I have static grass. I have plain as boring grass. Add to collection, I guess. I'm not logged in. Okay, never mind. But yeah, that is the asset pack. It is really beautiful. You can get the free version or you can get the paid one for $3 or something. to-do.md add dot get add dot get push. We can push to dev. Also, one thing I like to look at, not really, but recently it's become like a habit. It'd still be 132 or something, which it was last time. I haven't pushed to main in the last couple of days. 141, yeah. If I push to main, I'm guessing it'll be 143 or 4 maybe. Yeah, I've been mostly working on this Uprise repository only, which I love. It'll say that there is some C++. That is because of or no, it says 100% C. So your source files count, not your includes, right? Because I have raylib.h or raylib.h is the header file. It's not a header ++ file. It's just a header file, which works both ways. So yeah, it is 100% C. And there's makefile, which is apparently your language or something. Well, thank you so much for keeping me company, all you lovely people. I did not expect remotely to be streaming, A, to be streaming this long, and B, the chat stopped or something. What happened to chat? On screen chat, that is. Huh. Or is it because my cup is filled and everything? Cup is empty again. I should have taken a screenshot before. Now it should show up. Why is it not showing up? Can you not handle a stream for this long? I've streamed for so long. Lumi Stream, the app I use, is not functioning. Dashboard became a subscriber. Sent a Shiba raises dog, lower index finger, notice super chat. What's it says $40 but ₹40. Okay. No, so it stopped here. For some reasons it's not updating anymore. I guess I've had this open for too much time is why. Maybe it's a free tier or whatever it is. And this is why I'm like, I will write everything myself. If I could do it with Python, talk to the YouTube API that is, and get the chat on screen my way, custom CSS. I don't know why it's not. I just restarted it. If that resets anything at all, I don't know. Maybe it's just overloaded. No, it showed up. Yes. Yeah, but chat was paused here, right, for a long time, if I'm not wrong. I did not expect to sleep at all. I usually don't even lie down on my bed. I just go for a walk after my meal. I thought, well, I still have 7-8 minutes left. Just a 30-second nap, just to like stretch my arms and body on the bed. And then I keep like turning my head back and looking at the timer on screen. It says I expect it to be like 5 minutes, down, but it says like only 2.5. So I'm like, okay, I have got a bit more time. And then I see the W on the screen. I think, okay, we've just hit it. I'm now getting up, and then I get a proper sleep, and I wake up and I look at my phone. It's 16:30 or it's 18:30. Then I realize I've been asleep for at least an hour and a half. But here we are at the end of the stream. Not super productive, but somewhat productive, and I'm glad I found ICPU, I found Godslayer. There was another person, some Malayalam person, I think, who donated as well. So great, thank you so much. Irul Malayalam. I give manual shoutouts. I cannot pop your names up on the screen once you've donated. It just shows up on the screen when you donate, but I don't. It should be able to keep track, but it just does not do that good a job. This application I'm using, or at least on the free tier, that is. Anirudh as well, thank you for your donation. Probably Anirudh is waking up right now in the morning after a good night's sleep. But yeah, the first streamer I saw sleeping. You didn't see me sleeping online. Let's just get that correct. I put a BRB placeholder, yes, and there was a timer on screen which I was counting on, really. But then I don't know, I just dozed off. And I was feeling very heavily drowsy and confused all throughout. It was not a good day, let's just say. I was always a little like foggy in my mind all throughout. But I got some work done eventually, and glad I didn't have to rely on ChatGPT for the most part, just for clearing my head out once we went there. All right, we will be seeing you. I don't know. I can't guarantee anything, but tomorrow, if I don't go to college, tomorrow around the same time, 11 a.m. in the morning, which is 11 a.m. GST, not GST. No. 11 a.m. IST, sorry. 11 a.m. IST. Yes. It's hard to get used to minus 130 time difference, not minus 2, not 1, minus 130. Where are you from again? Did you mention? Because I don't remember. Anirudh is from America. I don't know where. I'm gonna guess California. Every Indian seems to like to go to California for whatever reason. He has Indian roots, but he works at IBM somewhere. So I don't know where exactly, but I'm gonna assume California, just because. So inside the US as well, it's not just 12-hour time difference with India. They have probably like 3-4 hour time time differences among the states, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, I just hope Anirudh gets sleep every night, because he stays up very late watching my streams, which I don't support at all. Sleep is the most important thing in life. Alright then, I will see you tomorrow. If you see, wait. Test. What, chat? Yeah, chat shows up on screen. This mug gets filled with a bubble as well. I'm pretty sure this is overloaded. Like this can only handle a certain amount of chat before it gives out, and they will say like, okay, you've reached your limit. Either restart or buy the premium subscription or whatever it is. But this is a nice interface. I like this so far. It's very simple, and I can change the theme on this as well. This is like a Discord theme right now. I can change this to be something else, the chat that is, and the mug as well can be a beer glass, can be something else too. North from you, like 6,000 kilometers on the north. Europe somewhere, I don't know. Where would that be? Russia? Are you from Russia? Are you from Russia? Because that's what I think. Up at the top, if you don't consider Russia, then there's just water bodies, maybe, if I'm not wrong. So I'm gonna take your API eat colons away from the message on the screen. Also, how do you know these stuff? Because you put that before. And the time. You're very intelligent, it seems. Yes, comrade. I see a translation of it on YouTube, not on here though. I know, I'm pretty sure if you're into game dev or anything remotely like that, you must have heard of I forget names. Sudo Love Me Baby or something, right? The only Russian person I've watched stream video, whatever it is her. She's working on game engine, very very advanced stuff, C++. I like my plain C and raylib. Keeps me humble and modest, down to earth. Thank you so much for sticking around for so long. I really appreciate it. I will put on the end screen. It may or may not show in the credits the people who donated. I cannot guarantee anything. It is the API thing. The application handles it for me. But if it does, good. If it doesn't, I'm sorry. If you do happen to see some ads in the end screen, this stream was heavily monetized, as in the ads was aggressively put, because I want to make a little bit more money the next couple of days. So that's the idea. But if you do see some ads, in the end screen. Do happen to watch through. That helps support the channel massively. Thank you so much. I will see you next time. 4,000 kilometers for sure. Yeah, something like that. Russia, because it's at the edge of the the edge of Russia. You're like somewhere in Russia, not at the edge, right? I have a little joke that I say every now and then. I once killed a person in Saint Petersburg. If I just leave it out there, that I don't know how people will take it, but the context is in Hitman, Silent Assassin, Hitman 2. Yeah, you have a mission where you got to kill somebody with a sniper. I killed him. I killed more people, as a matter of fact, in some later missions in the same area, Petersburg. Anyways, goodbye. I gotta go. It's night time. Thank you so much.